I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Wait, God, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I've made it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I feel it. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching
Oh, and I realized I was muted. Yeah, I just broke something. Hold on.
the life I want to live.
Hold on a second. Properties. Yes, that's the right window. Click OK. This has changed so my headset can hear it. Yeah.
The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done.
Oh,
Oh,
it's there. It's just quiet because everybody said it was super loud.
fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Wait, God, I've
Expert.
got to
I'm
see.
John Strum, and I'm your moderator, also the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in
There we
more
go.
than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions, connecting you to resources. The role of a health coach in a multidisciplinary approach to managing MS is to help you to feel and function better. This can include creating sustainable, healthy habits while breaking barriers in a way that feels good. Amy Beheimer is a doctor of pharmacy and a nationally board certified health and wellness coach who helps people feel and function at their very best, even while living with an autoimmune diagnosis. Amy lives with MS and demonstrates firsthand how the power of coaching can help you feel better today and prepare you to thrive while facing the uncertainty of tomorrow. Welcome, Amy. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
You know, I like to start these conversations by clarifying our definitions. So, can you tell us what a health coach is and how a coach can help someone who's living with MS?
They could sit there and judge.
Absolutely. You know, as an expert being invited here, I love to say that when we are working with a health coach,
I don't think that was my copy.
there really are two experts at the table. So, as a patient, we are showing up as the experts in ourselves. And so, on the flip side, a coach can really bring the expertise in behavior change, can bring the expertise in healthy habits that can help our brains and bodies thrive with a diagnosis. And I like to say an expertise in how to actually make changes in a way that feels good so that it's for good. I think coaching also, how a coach can help is to really get people to embrace goals and how to set them and how to go after them. You know, likely people have a history with goals. Maybe they've tried to set them before, and if they didn't quite reach it, they may have used it to beat themselves up. But I really love to teach people how goals can be used as a fuel to learn from, to continue to grow, and to become a person that you really want to be with your diagnosis.
I've also heard the term wellness coach. Is there a difference between a health coach and a wellness
Ooh,
coach?
look who's
Great
first.
question. You've likely, if you're listening and
Yep.
been hanging out on social media there's a lot of terminology out there. And it's because it's not
How you doing, man?
currently
How you doing, Helen?
regulated, but that is changing. So if you have seen or heard the term health and wellness coach, it is actually a certification through the National Board of Health and Wellness Coaching, and there are currently 11,000 nationally board certified health and wellness coaches, and their mission is really to put more coaches out into the healthcare industry.
How was
And
Code
to
Vein?
have
I
these
had you on my
coaches that
phone
hold this
lurking, but I wasn't like
certification
really paying attention.
really be trained to the highest standard of the profession. So you may hear a lot of different terms, and just know that
Got to
there
keep that streak
is
going, you know.
a more regulation coming with this nationally board certified health and wellness coach availability.
So I think you've already started to answer my next question, but I'm curious, why might someone seek out a health coach?
One of the best reasons to consider working with a coach is because there's something that you want. So whether that's a goal,
You got the boss was the only
maybe a
one.
dream you've had,
That's usually how it
maybe,
works. You got that pressure,
an
right?
aim for your life,
It's like
and
somebody's watching
that could be
you.
as simple as feeling better, or you want to be sure you're doing what you can to function at your best, or you want to know that you're doing your part for your health when it comes to your lifestyle. And maybe you've struggled to get there on your own. Maybe you want to try something different and get a little extra dose of accountability, or try to do it in a way that maybe is less frustrating. Maybe you can embrace learning a process from somebody, and want help developing some of that motivation to keep making changes, again, in a way that feels good, so that you get to keep doing it for a long time.
Amy, from your perspective, what makes a good
Look like you
health
know what you're
coach?
doing and not a dunce. That's not how this works.
So, as I mentioned
When we look like
before,
dunces,
there
though, and we
is
keep failing
not
fights, that's what
a
people sit
ton
there
of
and
structure
it keeps them
related
there, and it makes
to
us laugh, right?
coaches
Or
at
like,
this
you can
time.
do it
That
again,
is
and then hang out and
changing.
chat, cheer,
So
and fun.
every
That's
coach
the
you
whole
meet
point.
will be a little bit different, and that can be a good thing. And the way I would love to share the answer to this question is, through my journey living with primary progressive MS for over 12 years, I would often get the question, even before I
Stop
was
talking.
coaching,
Great.
of
That's usually
how
how it
do
works for me.
you seem to be thriving, whether
Like
that's
last night,
physically,
we
mentally,
did an
emotionally,
arbitration
all these different parts of
with
our
a new
health.
viewer to the channel,
And
and
it really
we were in
came
it for like
down
40
to
minutes.
what I call
But at one point, I realized
a
I went
special
5 minutes without
sauce.
saying
I
anything,
used to
so we
call it a
started
secret
joking
sauce, but
about
then I
all the
realized I
visual
don't want it
effects
to be a
because I was
secret
using an
anymore.
ogress
The
and
more
an Icarius.
people who know
So
about
it was
this,
big explosions, and they
the
were just
better.
there
And
forever,
so
and it was
that
super bright.
is now also how I love to describe what someone can expect when working with a health coach. And the 5 ingredients of that sauce, they all start with an S because I love alliteration. But the first one is you can expect to have your coach
Yeah, it was great.
leaning
I mean,
on
I
good
couldn't, like,
quality
even I couldn't
science.
see, and I was like, oh
So
my
whether
god,
that's
I'm
the science of habits, the
blind.
science of, again,
My
behavior
eyes.
change,
It
the
was
science
great.
of how
That
to
was fun.
set and reach goals. The science is useful, but only, of course, if we bring ourselves to it. Back to how we talked about you being the expert in you. We also look at self-understanding, self-awareness, self-confidence, and building up your self-trust that you can reach your goals. So that's 2 of the 5 ingredients. The third one is strategies. So a coach that is effective can also help you learn strategies that you get to take out into your life with you. Because anything that we learn together is only as useful as it is to be able to apply it to your own life. The fourth one is a coach that just helps you feel supported through the ups and downs, because there will be ups and downs with MS and with all of life. And so really ensuring that you are feeling supportive. And the last thing that a coach can bring a good coach that can bring is simplicity. So things can get
No,
very
you're fine,
complicated
Lumpy.
very
I'm
fast, but
technically,
really always
normally right
being
now
able
is
to
when I
boil
have a
it
meeting
down
with
to
my
what
boss.
is your
So,
next step? What is the next
but
thing that's
he's
going to
also
keep you
getting a
moving
promotion,
forward?
and he was just out of town for a work conference.
You know,
So he's
while
got a
we're
million things to
discussing
catch up
what
on, and
someone
I'm
can
low on his
expect
totem
from
pole
working with a health coach, maybe we should talk
because
about
he doesn't need me every 5
some
minutes, and I don't need
unrealistic
him usually ever.
expectations that someone might have about working with a health coach.
I think the primary unrealistic expectation is that you will meet somebody who's going to tell you what you should do, because that just doesn't work. You know, we know from the science, again, the top reasons that goals fail. And one of the top reasons goals fail is that somebody else sets the goal, not ourselves. And so if you're looking for a coach to tell you what to do, um, then you may feel like your expectations are not being met.
You know, we heard from Hollis. He says he'd like to work with a health coach, but he's overwhelmed because the process itself feels different than finding his other MS healthcare providers, and he's concerned about getting the right fit.
Okay.
So, what is the process of
I'm going
finding
to copy
a
this link
reputable
in
health
here,
coach?
and the spacing
That's a
is
great
apparently
question.
wrong.
We mentioned the credential of National Board Certified Health and Wellness Coach before, so they actually do have a directory. There's a couple other directories for partners throughout the National MS Society.
And then I
Some
closed
people are
the
familiar
email.
with the
I
work of
needed
Dr.
to
Terry
snip a-
Walls, and she has a directory
like a dipshit.
of people that are trained in this lifestyle approach to add to our healthcare plan. And another directory that is available is through the Institute for Functional Medicine, which does have some credibility, and there are health coaches that are certified through their programs as well. Another important thing when you're looking for a health coach is to be able to have the chance to speak with them, ask about their process, ask about results that they've seen, and really pay attention to how you
No.
feel when
You
you're
know why?
interacting with
Because those
them, when
people
you're
cost
learning
money.
from them. If there's a way to get your questions answered or spend time with them, you know, whether it's on listening to them on a podcast or teach during free classes that they offer, or having a call to see if you guys are a good fit before signing up. I like to call it a coach check, and really it's to check for two things. Is coaching something that can help
Like
you
a
get
coat
what
room?
you're looking for?
When you
Back to that
bang
expectation
the bridesmaid at a wedding?
question that we talked about before. And then also, am I the coach for you? So think about those things when you're looking
Well,
for
I'm sure you can coach me
a
some
coach
things.
to work with.
And when you are looking for a health coach, is a
You look
referral
too
from
skinny,
a
though.
neurologist or your primary care physician needed or not?
It is not needed. It's definitely a plus. I'm starting to see a shift, and I've been fortunate to partner with a large center here in Atlanta where I live, and other practices across the country where physicians and physician extenders, like your nurse practitioners and your PAs, you know, I've created prescription pads where they can say, you know, this is a prescription to talk to a health coach and consider how a health coach can help you reach your goals. And the more of that we see, I think the better, because there's that transfer of trust. You know, our patients trust our neurologist, and when the neurologist can find a health coach that they truly feel confident can help their patients carry out their healthcare plan and all the lifestyle pieces that go into it, then I think that's just going to be such a huge advancement for coaching and holistic care.
You know, since you've mentioned that the process of certification is really an evolving process right now, are there any red flags to be aware of that would indicate someone is not as qualified as they may claim to be?
I think one red flag, back to what we talked about with expectations, is if someone's telling you what you should do, what you should eat, what the way you should move, or that they have found the way to do things. And again, a red flag would be if you don't have a chance to ask a question or get a sense of what it's like to learn from them, work with them, and spend time in their communities and in their world.
We heard from Armando, who wants to know if working with a health coach replaces the need to work with a neurologist, a counselor, or another member of the MS care team to help manage his MS.
I'm going to give a loud absolutely not a replacement. A health coach is one member of your support squad. I like to call it your support squad because we all lift each other up. And we all know about DMTs and likely have worked with our neurologist on these disease modifying therapies that can be a part of our plan. I like to call habits our disease modifying habits, our DMHs, because they really can work in concert with every other part of our plan from our neurologist. It's like peanut butter and jelly. They work together, they do well together. And so definitely not a replacement, and it's more of an enhancement.
Gina tells us that she's made an appointment with a health coach. She has MS related cognitive issues, and she wants to prepare for the visit ahead of time. So, what can Gina do to get ready for that first appointment?
Gina
That's a good question, Gina. And
suck a left nut.
one of the best things you can do ahead of an appointment with a health coach is to start thinking about what you want to see change. So is it something related to your
Tuesday,
habits?
12
Is it
p.m.
a dream or an outcome you're looking for in the future? Because the odds of hitting our target are going to go up if we know what we're aiming for.
Do I have
And
a
so
Tuesday
I always
at noon?
like to remind people that we have to know what we want, or at least be willing to
I
find
don't.
out.
And apparently, you
Because
can't
again,
read a
back to
fucking
those
calendar, so I'm
reasons
just gonna schedule
why
your
goals
shit for you
fail.
because
If
you're
we're not
dipshit.
the ones setting the goal, then it can make it feel harder to actually get to the goal. One more thing I'd mention for Gina is that simplicity is key when working with a coach, and hopefully you are meeting with a coach who is going to meet you exactly where you're at. So if you feel like you do have some cognitive issues going on, you're not alone, and really finding a coach that can meet you where you're at and just help you discover your next step. So start thinking about what you'd like and come to the call ready to share that.
Left at his freaking days and times and
Howard
not
shares that he struggles to set goals because he feels he lacks the motivation to see them through. Why can it feel so challenging for Howard and lots of other people to make lasting changes to their lifestyle and their habit?
Motivation is one of my favorite things to talk about because often we think we either have it or we don't, or that it's outside of our control and we just have to wait for it to grace us with its presence. But instead, motivation really, if we break it down, is there's 3 parts to motivation. And I like to say it uses our head, our heart, and our hands.
And I have none of them.
When we have our head on board with our heart and our hands, we start to feel aligned. And what those 3 parts are is 1, a belief that what we want is actually possible. 2, a desire for it. So that you likely have heard of what's your why. Why do we want that thing? And also the 3rd part is using our hands. What's our commitment to make it happen?
Use our hands?
So, if you, Howard, feel like you're struggling with motivation, really looking at those 3 parts, getting specific and seeing which part may be lacking. Your belief that what you want is actually possible, really tapping into why you want it, or maybe making a commitment unlike you have before to help you reach your goal. And a coach can absolutely help with all 3 of those parts. There's an old Latin proverb, and it says, if there is no wind, row. And I love this because motivation, sometimes when we have it, it feels like wind. It feels like, oh, this is kind of easy. Our boat is moving pretty smooth and pretty fast. But if there's not motivation, then we may need to do a little bit of work. We may need to row. And so as a coach, I like to teach you how to row. I like to row with you. I like to show you that the steps behind something that feels so elusive.
How can following a framework help make changes in a way that feels good and doesn't feel overwhelming?
Good question. Back to bringing in some of what the science about behavior change shows us. There are 3 research-backed reasons why change is usually not sustainable for people in the long run. And so one of those reasons is that we lack a common operating system, or what I call a framework, to help us in a holistic way see how everything that we're doing for our health can all fit together. So frameworks help to clarify, they help to simplify all the various things we can be doing. They help to keep us on track and combat what is being called infobesity in the health world. So if you are on social media, if you listen to podcasts, there is so much information about what you can do to feel better and be healthy. And there's so much
That wasn't my
so
coffee.
that sometimes we actually get lost in it and we get frozen because there's almost too much information. So a simple framework
There's no way that was my coffee.
can help us sort through that information and follow along in a way that is not overwhelming. And frameworks also tend to be kind of sticky. So similar to the
Ew,
secret sauce,
sticky.
it's 5 S's. And I also have a framework, as you mentioned during the introduction, of the Habit Hub for Autoimmune Health, which is also the name of my podcast. And that framework is designed to help with that, to simplify. It's holistic and helps us focus in on really what matters.
As we've been discussing setting goals, achieving goals, what are some of the key things that you see people doing to be successful in achieving their goals?
So we talked about following a framework. That's one. The 2 other research-backed reasons to round out the 3 that I mentioned. One is taking action. People who are reaching their goals, they aren't just learning more and more information. They're taking it and they're applying it to their real life. They are taking it to the streets, as I like to say. So, and then the third research-backed reason
You and I have two
that
totally
change can
different
feel hard
definitions of taking
is that
it
we
to
don't
the
go to the
streets,
root
really.
of the problem. So what going to the root actually looks like is sometimes it's looking at the thoughts and the feelings,
like
the
this will look like I'm
habits
looking
in
at
our
her neck.
thoughts and our feelings that precede the habit that we are trying to reach on the outside. So it helps if we are actually willing to look at all those different layers of our habits. Another thing that I really do see
I don't know why that
helping
shit's
people
fucking
reach their
randomly
goals is
blacking out like
being
that.
willing to embrace support, being really to
That's what I
being
get for
willing
being
to
fucking
ask for
cheap every time,
support
I guess.
and try something different.
Let's talk about the flip side of that question. What are some of the barriers that people have to overcome in order to see success?
I think the biggest barrier for all of us is overcoming our human brain. You know, there is this thing called the motivational triad, and we have survived this long and we
human
continue to survive
brain.
because our brain likes to do one of 3 things. It likes to seek pleasure, it likes to avoid discomfort, and it likes to save energy. So it doesn't love to change. And so with all of these things we're talking about, it's a change. So it can be scary for our brains.
How dare you
And
assume
so
that I'm
we
human?
need to find a way to overcome
I am a meat popsicle.
what it means to be human. And again, another way to think about what we need to overcome is by looking at what are the reasons that goals fail and being able to solve for each of those reasons. It's kind of like I describe it as, you know, when we're back in school and we have the questions to the test ahead of time, so we know what to study for. And
bitch.
so when working with a coach, it's super helpful because as a coach, I know the top 5 or 6 reasons that goals fail. And so when we work together, we know the questions that we're going to be asked. And so we know the challenges that are going to come up. And so we just solve for each one as we go.
Logan says he's interested in health coaching, but he needs to stay on a tight budget so he can afford his very expensive MS medications. How much can Logan expect health coaching to cost? And is health coaching something that's covered by insurance?
It's a great question. It's not covered by insurance at this point, but it's heading there thanks to the work of the National Board of Health and Wellness Coaching. They are taking steps to get codes to be able to start to track the work of coaches. A promising thing that happened this year is that if your coach is certified by the National Board of Health and Wellness Coaching, you can try to use your HSA or your FSA dollars, which are those pre-tax dollars. I have clients who
Well,
are able
let me
to
know when you're
use
back. I
that,
don't know if you hear
and
this,
that
but
is
I
because
gotta
of the
show you this
great
fucking
work we're
picture.
seeing in the research of outcomes that are happening when people are working with
Weirdest
coaches.
fucking relationship
So it's
ever.
very promising. I also think that Logan, it would be good for Logan to know that other ways, free ways to work with a coach could be finding one that speaks to you on podcasts, which are free, finding coaches who offer potentially group programs, which is a more accessible way to still get the benefits of coaching, but at a more affordable level.
Jenna has relapsing remitting MS, and she's a mom of two, so her days are already very full. She worries about the time commitment that might be involved in working with a health coach. So, how long is a typical coaching session, and how many sessions might someone need?
So I will get to the length of a typical session and how many, but first I want to um, share that we don't necessarily need a ton of extra time to be able to work with a coach and start to implement some of these things and see lifestyle changes start to make a difference. I really think that a part of the
Ridiculous fucking
work
creatures.
that you can do with a coach is to help turn that thought, that belief that I don't have time for this, help turn that on its head and ask a better question, like, how can I make time for this? And how can I work this into my life? Because back to the successes that I see people have, sometimes starting to work with a health coach when life is really busy and when life is seems to be throwing a lot at you, sometimes that can lead to the most success because you learn how to make changes amongst life's happenings. And so
Then why
when
did
life
that
keeps
not make
happening,
the
because it's
fucking
going to
sound?
keep
Like, I
happening,
wasn't even
you
on the
learn how to
damn app.
stay healthy in that same environment. And so I guess I would like to have everyone leave here with the idea that maybe we don't need a ton of extra time, but instead we can incorporate it into our life and into our busy days. With that said, a typical session can range from 30 minutes to 60 minutes, and the amount of time that we work together
Why
really
are
can
they still
vary
using
based
the
on
emails?
what you're looking for. I like to share that having a coach can be such a value add for all the things that you're going through that I don't think it's unrealistic or unreasonable to always have exposure to some coaching moving forward. But there absolutely are programs where you can learn some skills and apply them in shorter bursts as well.
Ricardo lives in a rural community, uses a mobility device, so he doesn't have access to health coaches in his area. What options are available for Ricardo?
Mobility is absolutely
Lucy, I'm home.
a a barrier for some of us with MS, as is being in areas that don't have a lot of health coaching. And so my programs and many other programs, they're virtual. It also helps us overcome what I sometimes call appointment fatigue. So having to go here, having to go there, another appointment, but getting to do it from the comfort of your own home is such a perk. And also podcasts are another way that is virtual as well, and you can listen anywhere.
You've shared some great insights and information about health coaching and how it could benefit someone who's living with MS. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and to use?
I would love people to leave here with a belief that they can do this, they can make changes, they can feel better even with this diagnosis, they can do things that can help their bodies function better even with MS, and that it's possible to start today. So again, belief is such a powerful part of change. It has actually proven that when we believe that we have an impact on our future health, we see an improvement to our immune cells and we see lower inflammation, and belief, like we talked about, is part one of motivation. So if nothing else, I would love people to leave here with a belief that it is possible, whatever that thing that they're wanting, it is possible, and that they can trust in tiny steps to get there.
Good advice, and thanks so much for being with us today, Amy.
Thank you for having me.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it to help us create programs, topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. See you next week. The precise causes of MS are still unknown, but researchers have identified a combination of risk factors that are involved. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our experts the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's live program, answering those questions, connecting you to resources. Scientists have studied a variety of possible causes and risk factors for multiple sclerosis, and research shows that it's likely a mix of genes, something in your environment, lifestyle factors, and behavioral lifestyle factors. Dr. Jared Bruce and Dr. Amanda Bruce are joining us today to talk about risk factors that could increase the chance of someone developing
so that was
MS.
a rerun too.
Dr. Jared Bruce is a neuropsychologist with research interests in sports concussion, multiple sclerosis, and the prevention and treatment of cognitive neuropsychiatric disorders, among others. He's a professor and director of psychiatric research at the University of Missouri, Kansas City School of Medicine. Dr. Bruce holds a relationship with a commercial interest through a grant received from the National MS Society. Dr. Amanda Bruce is a clinical psychologist with a research interest in the clinical phenotypes and neural foundations of health-related decisions, including treatment adherence choices, physical activity, and food choices. She's an assistant professor at KU Medical Center in the Department of Behavioral Pediatrics. Welcome, Dr. Bruce and Dr. Bruce.
I guess he really doesn't
Thank
need
you
that
for being
access,
with
does
us
he?
today.
Thank you. We're happy to be here.
Let's start by talking about behavioral and lifestyle risks that are related to MS. I have a question for both of you because you both recently co-authored a study on modifying diet and exercise in MS, as well as protocols for a telehealth weight loss intervention for adults with obesity and multiple sclerosis. Could you share more about this research and what you've learned?
Yeah, I'm happy to start with that. So I would say about 15 years ago, we started having an interest in obesity and how obesity affects the brain. We were doing some neuroimaging studies at that time where we were looking at how different types of weight loss might influence brain function. And around the same time, there was an increased interest in how obesity and MS might be related. In particular, we've seen rates of obesity that have really skyrocketed over the last 50 or 60 years in the United States. Yeah, sure, we have a little chart here for you that you can see. Basically, the rates of obesity and overweight in the U.S. have gone up, was it threefold or?
They've tripled in the last 60 years.
Yeah, and so that's not just true in the general population in the U.S., but it's also true among people who have MS, that we're seeing a lot more obesity. And that really matters because obesity is inflammatory in nature, and obviously MS is an autoimmune inflammatory disease as well. And so over the last couple of decades, there's been a lot more research looking at how obesity might impact people with MS. And in particular, some of that research has shown that if you have obesity, you're significantly more likely to develop MS itself. And especially more recently, there's been a lot of research coming out suggesting that if you have obesity and you already have MS, that your MS might progress more quickly, you might have more brain lesions, and things of that nature. So this relationship between obesity and MS has been really interesting to us to try to better get a grasp on and to try to better understand how these two might be related.
So one thing that we were curious about with this project that you mentioned, which was funded by the MS Society, was to recruit adults living with MS who carried excess weight and provide for them a program that was 12 weeks long where they met in a group in a telehealth setting with a facilitator. And as
Why
part
did
of
that do
that
that?
group,
Drives me fucking
they
nuts.
were monitoring what they ate, what
The
they
fucking
drank,
power connection
and how
was?
much they moved. So they used an app called Lose It and to record exactly what they were eating and drinking each day. We encouraged a lot of fruits and vegetables and prepackaged meals at first, so they knew exactly how many calories they were consuming. And then they wore Fitbits as well to monitor or track their movement. Now they also had a scale that was equipped with Wi-Fi that they had in their home for weight check-ins. And so this was, the goal of this was to see, could we help people with MS lose weight? And if so, what potential benefits did that bring?
Yeah, so one of the things that was
A
interesting
lot.
to us was that even though we knew
But
that
guess what's not
carrying
allowed
excess
for
weight
MS
was
people
associated
at
with
the moment?
increased risk of
More
MS and that it was
is at least
associated with
able
faster
to be
disease progression, there really had been no
prescribed
studies
is,
looking at
things
what
like
happens if you
GLP-1s.
help people with MS lose weight or whether you could even help people with MS
The fuck,
lose weight.
computer?
So that's what we wanted to understand. First, can we help people with MS lose weight via this 6-month long intervention that includes all different kinds of components? And if we could help them lose weight, how would that impact their MS symptoms? So we know that, carrying excess weight has a lot of different symptoms associated with it. That people who are overweight or have obesity are more likely to have depression. They have mobility problems. They might have more fatigue. Those things might sound familiar because MS also can be associated with increased risk of depression, mobility problems, fatigue, both associated with lower quality of life. And so we wanted to know if we have people who have MS who also carry this excess weight, and if we can help them lose weight, how does it affect those common MS symptoms?
Dr. Amanda, let me direct this question to you. We've been talking about adults with obesity and how that may impact their MS. How does body weight and obesity, particularly in early childhood and adolescence, influence the risk of developing MS?
That's a great question. Carrying excess weight early in life can be a risk factor for later on developing MS.
So I was screwed
The
from the start.
caveat there is if a person loses some of that excess weight, that can drop the risk. So it's not a foregone conclusion if a person carries that excess weight early in life that
I
you're
really
at
do
higher
love how we're
risk
just grasping at straws
still
about
things that
MS,
you
because
can
we can easily
do
just
to
say, oh, being
decrease
unhealthy
that
is the
risk.
cause of MS, but that doesn't answer
And one of the
a
things that
fucking
I
single
would
thing.
say along those lines is that there needs to be more research because it's natural to assume that if a person carries excess weight, that if they lose it, that then the risk for MS disease progression or development will go down. But the way to actually test that is to have people who have high MS risk and then randomize them, so some of them lose weight and some of them not, and then see how much and if that weight loss actually does slow disease progression or reduce the number of new lesions and things of that nature. And those kinds of clinical trials are what can tell you whether or not losing weight actually does lead to slower disease progression or something along those lines.
Dr. Jared, we heard from Sarah, who tells us that after being diagnosed with MS and after experiencing relapses that left her too fatigued to exercise and even put in the effort to eat well, her body weight increased. And she's feeling worse than ever. Sarah wants to know if losing weight would improve her MS.
So that's a great question, and if I would definitely encourage Sarah to talk to her doctor, because I don't know much about her situation. But what I would say is that, again, like I said before, we still don't really know whether losing weight will slow disease progression, whether it will reduce the number of future relapses, whether it will change the disease course in and of itself. And I hope that we can find ways to fund research that will look at that in a more systematic way via clinical trials. But here's what we do know.
Hey, one thing that helps is donating.
What we know is that on average, if a person has both MS and also carries excess weight and has obesity, if they lose weight, our research suggests that they can have improved mobility, that their fatigability can go down, so less fatigue, and that their overall quality of life improves. So for someone like Sarah, it's certainly possible that, even though we don't know for sure because of the lack of research whether losing weight slows disease progression in and of itself, it can substantially reduce common MS symptoms that are consistent across both obesity and MS.
And I'll add too that it's possible for adults with MS to lose weight. We saw that in our project, that the vast majority, 65% of our participants, were able to lose a clinically significant amount of weight through this program. So it's possible as well.
Yeah, so that's one of the things we wanted to see because it had never been done. Most diet studies exclude people with MS and other neurologic conditions. And so we wanted to see, well, we don't like that at all because we've been MS researchers for a long time, and we want to see whether we can help people with MS lose weight, even though there's really nothing out there on that. And what we found is exactly that yes, via this program we put together specifically for people with MS, people assigned to the treatment condition lost about 8.5% of their body weight, and that had significant benefits for them.
Well, we've heard from Luke, who says he has high body weight and he uses a wheelchair. Luke knows that his weight could have a negative impact on his MS, but given his mobility limitations, he really has no idea about how to address this issue. So how can someone who requires a wheelchair for mobility make positive body weight changes?
It's an excellent question from Luke, and I think it's important to acknowledge that does become more complicated. It just does. And so first of all, acknowledging that, I would say Luke should talk to his doctor, but there are ways that you can lose weight. And we actually have a grant application that is being reviewed right now that is essentially addressing Luke's question of what do we do or what can we do to help people who have higher levels of disability and less mobility? For people who are in a wheelchair, what can we do for them if they are interested in losing weight?
Yeah, so we just completed, as part of this grant application, some focus groups with people who have more severe mobility difficulties, trying to understand
getting
what
the
kinds of
insurance
things they
companies
would
on
like
the same page
in
with
a
weight loss things
behavioral
like
weight loss
Ozempic
intervention,
or
to help them overcome some of the
Wegovy
difficulties
or
they have in
Waybound,
this
whoever the
area.
fuck all the people
And
are.
so, some of the things that we
That'd
heard
be great.
would be
Unfortunately, the
things
insurance
like,
companies are the dicks.
providing exercise equipment for people that they can use at home, whether those be exercise bands, whether those be sort of hand bikes and things of that nature. We also heard that some of them would like to have their caregivers and partners involved in the intervention. And so when we put together this intervention that's currently under submission, we took all
Yeah,
of
that'd
their
be cool.
thoughts into account and try to create an intervention that we hope will be effective and that they'll find useful.
Dr. Jared, could there be circumstances where someone experiences obesity while living with MS, but they're still considered healthy?
So that's a fantastic question, and it depends on how you define healthy, I guess. I mean, that's a big word, healthy. So what I would say to that is that in general, you're going to have a hard time finding healthcare providers that will encourage you to carry excess weight. Having said that, there are different kinds of excess weight, and some we know are worse than others. So you might have heard of the difference between a pear body shape, for example, and an apple body shape. So
Got the
an
pack
apple
of
body
bottom
shape is when somebody
jeans,
carries their
boots
weight
with the
sort of in their
fur.
midsection here. Maybe they'll carry
The
some more of
whole
that
club is
excess
looking at
fat
her.
next to their internal organs.
She
A
hit the
pear
floor.
body shape might be carrying some of that
Next thing
excess
you know,
fat
shorty
in the
got low,
hips and the
low,
lower
low,
portions of
low,
the body.
low,
We
low,
know, for
low.
example, that an apple shape is associated with more comorbid health conditions than a pear shape. So an apple shape might be worse than a pear shape. Other kinds of things to consider along the lines with that question are the number of other health conditions you have that are associated with obesity. So, for example, if you have excess weight, but you don't have any other health conditions that are common to people who carry excess weight, you might be better off. For example, if you have excess weight, but you also have poorly regulated blood sugars, say diabetes, or if you have hypertension, high blood pressure, if you have high cholesterol, if you have sleep
Bitch,
apnea,
don't be nasty.
all of those conditions are associated with carrying excess weight. And for you, it might be
That's
particularly
not entirely
important
true
to
because
lose weight to
I've
try to
known
manage some of
skinny
those
as fuck
conditions.
people like the size of a twig, like this big. They turn sideways, they disappear.
Research
I've known them to
suggests
have
that
sleep apnea.
ethnicity
So
and
fuck you.
geographic location also play a role in developing MS. Dr. Amanda, are there differences in MS risk between racial and ethnic populations?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's interesting that not so long ago, experts, kind of had this belief that MS primarily affected white people. And over time, we are learning that that's not as much the case as we thought. And what happens, unfortunately, for some individuals, Black individuals, for example, often face a more aggressive course of disease with greater disability. Hispanic and Latinx folks are diagnosed earlier in life, also face, um, you know, more severe MS. And so I think
You guys deleted the wrong fucking
as
columns.
we generally kind of have become more aware of healthcare disparities, I think this is coming to light and helping us understand that
Ugh, fucking
it's
people.
not just a disease that white folks get. I mean, this is a disease that people of
White
all
folks.
races and ethnicities can face.
Research also shows that smokers have an increased risk of developing MS, and in fact, both active and secondhand smoking have been identified as environmental risk factors for developing MS.
And then the game is rigged from
Dr.
the start.
Amanda, what's the current understanding of the link between smoking and the risk of developing or worsening MS?
Well, no surprise here. Smoking is bad, right?
No.
It's really bad, and it's bad in a variety of different ways. As you said, whether you're the person doing the smoking or whether it is secondhand smoke, it definitely increases your risk up to 50% more likely of developing MS. And for those people with
Guess what I
MS
did? I smoked.
who smoke,
And guess what
it
was
can
around me my entire
push
life?
the disease
Smoke.
course faster and make it more severe. So it's bad in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, if you have MS and you're a smoker, it's very important that you talk with your healthcare providers about ways to quit.
Dr. Jared, one last question about lifestyle factors. Savannah told us that her grandmother and her mother both have MS. She's wondering if there are ways to prevent MS and if there are potential lifestyle changes she should be considering. What advice do you have?
Well, first, I'd let Savannah know that MS is not an autosomal dominant disorder, which means that just because your mom has MS doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get MS. So hopefully that will help ease her mind some. Having said that, there are
Well,
certainly things
as
that we
far
can
as we
all
know, none
do
of
to
my
live
family have it.
healthier lives, and that includes people with MS. So I would eat healthy, eat lots of fruits and vegetables, and try to maintain a healthy weight. I would exercise. I think the current guidelines are 150 minutes per week of exercise. I would try to get good sleep and have good sleep hygiene. And these are the kinds of recommendations I give to all my patients, whether they have MS or not. You might notice that, right? But I think they're true for people with MS and true for people without MS. I'd avoid cigarettes and excess alcohol. Um, and then if you do start to see some symptoms that are concerning, if you're starting to have some numbness or tingling or something like that, some visual changes that are common for people who first are experiencing their first episode of MS, go to your doctor promptly because there's a lot of research showing that early treatment is very important. And then working with your doctor to come up with a good treatment plan, adhering to that treatment plan can really slow the course of your disease in the long run.
Well, you've both shared some important information about possible causes and risk factors associated with MS. I'm going to ask each of you to share the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use. Dr. Jared, I'll let you start.
Sure, what we say in our family is be kind to your future self. So basically, it's very easy to do things in the moment that are gratifying. It's very easy to eat several slices of pizza and go for that extra slice of pizza, especially at the holiday season. I find myself wanting to do that as well. But we should stop and think about how this behavior, especially over time, affects us in the future. And so things that might feel good in the moment, having an extra glass of wine, maybe feeling stressed out and having a cigarette, trying to find ways to not do that and be kind to your future self.
Dr. Amanda?
I think I would recommend that a little bit is better than nothing. And what I mean by that is a 10-minute walk around the block is better than no walk at all. And sometimes starting small with these little things is a way to build healthy habits. So, eating an apple compared to eating 0 fruits and vegetables in a day, eating that one apple is better than not eating that apple. So I would say, a little bit is better than nothing, and start small.
Well, Dr. Jared Bruce and Dr. Amanda Bruce, I want to thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you, John.
That 10% of something is not as
Today's
effective as you
program
think,
survey
ladies.
has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a moment and complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years. So I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family.
Unfortunately,
today I'll be
Strum's wife
asking our
actually became
experts the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout
before we
today's
continue,
program, answering
For those that don't know what MS is, I have a fantastic video to show you.
Multiple sclerosis is a disease that impacts the brain and spinal cord, which make up the central nervous system that controls everything we do, whether it's taking a physical step or solving a complex problem. The exact cause of MS is unknown, but we do know that something triggers the immune system to attack the brain and spinal cord. The resulting damage to myelin that insulates wire-like nerve fibers is a disruption of signals to and from the brain. This interruption of communication signals causes unpredictable symptoms such as numbness, tingling, mood changes, memory problems, pain, fatigue, blindness, or paralysis. Everyone's experience with MS is different, and these losses may be temporary or long-lasting. Most people initially have relapsing remitting MS, where they experience attacks of new symptoms followed by periods of time when those symptoms go away partially or completely. Others experience gradual and ongoing loss of function without distinct attacks, which is known as progressive MS. MS can be difficult to diagnose, but once a diagnosis is confirmed by a neurologist who is knowledgeable about MS, there are disease-modifying therapies for reducing attacks and slowing down the damage for those with relapsing MS. Growing evidence suggests that early and ongoing treatment with a disease-modifying therapy is an important defense against future attacks. There are also treatment strategies to address some MS symptoms. There is no therapy yet that can slow down or stop progressive MS. Worldwide research is accelerating the discovery of how to slow down or even stop progressive MS, how to repair nervous system damage and restore function, wellness strategies such as exercise and diet that can help people with MS to live their best lives, and the exact cause of MS so that it may be prevented for future generations. To learn more about multiple sclerosis, connect with others to drive research for a cure, and to address the challenges of everyone affected by MS, visit nationalmssociety.org or call 1-800-344-4867.
Yeah, so for information like that, like for example, as the video stated, like most people are initially diagnosed with relapsing remitting MS, which is what my diagnosis was in 2020. However, listening to the videos, listening to everything else, my next follow-up with my neurologist is next week after. And I'm going to be asking him to readdress that diagnosis because mine is probably progressive because, for example, this numbness that's been in my hand for a decade has never gone away. So if it's still there, in theory, it's progressive. So fun things. Lots of fun things. Again, fuck a mess.
Your questions and connecting you to resources. If you've ever taken medication or received rehabilitative therapy, then you've experienced the benefits of clinical research. Clinical trials are a major part of research, helping to determine if therapies are safe and effective. Today, we're talking with Dr. Kathy Zakowski about the importance of clinical trials and the benefits of participating in research. We'll also chat with Mimi Brown about her experience as a clinical trial participant and an advisory board member. Dr. Zakowski is a neurorehabilitation occupational therapist and the Associate Vice President of Research at the National MS Society. And Mimi spent more than 35 years in a variety of executive roles in advertising, marketing, and sales of consumer brand products. Mimi's now retired, and she spends time volunteering for a nonprofit organization that provides services to youth experiencing homelessness. We'll start today's discussion by inviting Dr. Zakowski to join me. Welcome and thanks for being with us today.
Hi, John. Thank you for having me.
So, good place to start. Maybe, Dr. Zakowski, you can explain why clinical trials are so important.
So, clinical trials are very important. I'll start with just defining them to make sure everyone is on the same page. So, it's a research study that tests the safety and effectiveness of a new medical treatment or prevention in people. And people volunteer to take part in clinical trials in order to test interventions. That includes drugs, cell therapies, other biological products, radiological procedures, and behavioral treatments and preventive care. So the aim is really to determine if a new treatment is better than an existing treatment or has fewer side effects. And these clinical trials are prevention, like a new drug, device is safe and effective in people.
You know, we heard from Scott, and I think I heard you already begin to answer his question. Scott's heard about treatment trials that test new or current medications, and he wants to know whether there are other types of clinical trials that don't involve medications.
There absolutely are.
Shows up right with the ad break. Sorry, buddy.
Some trials, instead of testing a medication, they test things like a diet or rehabilitation strategies like exercise or devices that can help someone with walking, for example. It's important, you know, MS has a wide variety of symptoms, and so our disease modifying therapies help limit relapses, but they don't specifically address symptoms. And so other non-pharmaceutical interventions really are needed to try to address some of those symptoms. And that's where clinical trials that are focused on options like diet or exercise are really important. And some people say to me, well, I already know I should exercise, but really the point of clinical trials is to determine what dose should you be exercising? You know, when is that intervention most effective? When should you exercise? What kind of exercise should you do? Just for that one example of exercise. But any intervention essentially needs to be studied in a very rigorous and careful way to determine what the best form of that intervention is for someone with MS.
Right. Like a clinical trial for the fact showing that GLP-1s like Ozempic actually reduce inflammation in MS patients.
What are some of the benefits of participating in a clinical trial? And while we're talking about the benefits, are there also any risks to consider?
Yes, so there are both, and it's important to keep these in mind. So, you know, I'll start with the positive. The benefits are, you know, first and foremost, you really do get access to new treatments and new information about those treatments that you might not otherwise learn about because it's not available to everybody yet. You also get access to expert care and access to kind of monitoring your progress on this trial. So typically a clinical research study requires close monitoring.
I want to take part in a trial where they pay for my food for a month.
Because the study really wants to determine, you know, is this intervention affecting you and providing any side effects that they should be aware of, or making things better or worse. And so they're going to monitor you very carefully. You know, another benefit to keep in mind is that it really does advance medical research. So if we can't recruit people to be in these studies, then we can't study certain things.
I volunteer as tribute.
You know, it's really important to be able to answer the questions and be able to determine what interventions are most effective and when are those interventions most effective. And it can only be done by people who volunteer their time. So I feel like that's one of the benefits, is really just you're helping others. I think a caveat is, you know, while there's no guarantee that being in a clinical trial will help you directly, doing so almost undeniably will help others. So keeping that in mind might be,
are there any actual going right
might be helpful. And last but not least, because I know it's important to everybody, is typically you get some compensation for being in a trial. So
clinical trial is in your area.
They're free to be involved in, but some include payment for the time and travel and the effort that you put into being in a trial. Now we go to the negatives, right? So there are risks, of course, and it's really important to keep these in mind. You know, mostly clinical trials will provide kind of minor discomforts, but that can really vary depending on the tests that are being used. You know, some physical tests may increase the chance of you falling, for example. But there can also be higher risks that are much, much worse. And that's why understanding the study is so critical before you participate. Other risks are that, you know, the treatment that you are investing this time into might be found to not work. And it might not even be better than standard treatment. A couple others that come to mind to me are being in a study typically requires time and attention from the participants. And this might be more time and attention than you would need to put into a standard treatment. That could include more visits to a clinic or more tests or procedures. So all of those things could be seen as risks or just not as positive as the benefits that you might receive.
No, I need the other page.
Clinical trials aim to include people with a variety of
FYI,
lived
for example, for
experiences,
those
living
listening,
conditions, and
this is
characteristics like
on
race, ethnicity, age, sex, and sexual orientation.
the MS
Why is
Society's
diversity
page
and
about
inclusion especially important in research studies?
clinical studies
So
and
if
participating.
this is a really important area. The quick answer is that diversity and inclusion allow for a broader range
want
of
that out of there.
perspectives and
I didn't want you
experiences
in
and
there.
knowledge that lead to
now you're at
more
25.
robust and generalizable research findings. But there are a couple of key reasons that I wanted to also point out. So diversity really promotes an accurate representation. So researchers can better understand and address issues that are relevant to the wider population. There's also reduced bias. So researchers can identify and mitigate potential biases that might arise
had it on
from
the
a
wrong page.
more homogeneous perspective.
I'll be back. Gotta use the
So this
bathroom,
would
but
lead
this will
to
keep
more
going.
reliable results for more people. A third key reason is societal impact. So the inclusion of diverse populations can inform policies and interventions that better address the needs of marginalized communities. And last is ethical considerations. So excluding certain groups from research can perpetuate disparities and neglect the needs of vulnerable populations. So it's really very important that researchers are aware of the need to have diverse clinical trials and be very inclusive.
We heard from Keisha, who says she's wondering how it's determined that a therapy is safe enough to be tested in a clinical trial with humans.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And there's very standardized phases for clinical trials. So a phase 1 trial are studies that usually test a new drug or a new intervention in a very small group to identify side effects and a safe dosage range. Phase 2 are studies that test treatments that were safe in phase 1, but now need a larger group of human subjects to monitor for adverse events. And then phase 3, as you're kind of getting the picture, probably it gets bigger. Studies are conducted on an even larger population and in different regions and countries. And this is a step right before a new treatment is approved for the public. And then there's a phase 4. So these studies take place after a country has approved a treatment, but there's still a need for further testing in a wider population or over a longer time frame. And one thing I didn't speak about, before you even get to the phase 1, that's when many studies are done either in a dish to look at cells or in animal models. But making that jump from animal models and kind of cellular studies really has to start in a very small way, as you can imagine, just to make sure that we're putting, as few people at risk as possible. But it is very standardized, and this is the way drugs are approved by the FDA, for example. They have to move through these particular phases.
Jacqueline's neurologist has asked her if she wants to participate in a research study. And she says she's thinking about it, but she has some concerns. Specifically, Jacqueline's wondering about how to determine whether the clinical trial is ethical, and she wants to know how her rights and privacy are going to be protected.
Yeah, really good questions. And there's a form of informed consent. So researchers have to provide all participants with an informed consent form that details the study's purpose, the risks, benefits, and how their privacy will be protected. And you, as a participant, have the right to ask at any time about any aspect of the trial, including procedures and adverse reactions or anything else. In addition, you're entitled to keep all of your medical information, whether it was collected in the past or during the clinical trial. And it is meant to be, it has to be kept confidential and private. unless they tell you how they're going to be using it and you approve that. Another thing is that that informed consent form is not binding really until you read and sign the form. But even after you sign the form, you retain the right to always be able to leave a study and say that you're done. So keep that in mind. You have the right to ask any questions, you have the right to access your clinical trial data, and you always have the right to stop participating in the study.
Diego says he's wondering what happens after a trial has ended. Are the results always shared with the participants?
Well, so yes. So in theory is how I would put it. So according to ethical research practices, clinical trial results should always be shared with participants after a study is completed. This is done typically in the form of a summary that is understandable to the general public, allowing everyone to understand the overall findings of the trial and how their participation contributed to the research. But I will say that some people will say, some researchers will say, we'll publish a paper and we'll share that with you. And that's another way to be shared, that they can share the results. But again, you have the right to ask them, how are you going to share the results, and make sure that's clear to you before you even think about participating.
Jack wants to know the best way for that he can learn about active clinical trials for multiple sclerosis.
So there are a couple of ways. I mean, the first thing would be just to ask your network. Ask around, ask your local neurologist or other clinicians you may see in the MS clinic. Ask friends if they know about it, because often people in your local area will learn about things and it's shared just via by mouth, or I guess electronically. Two other more formal ways would be to go to the National Library of Medicine's clinicaltrials.gov. So you just put into the Google search bar clinicaltrials.gov, and that will open up a whole database of all active clinical trials in the United States. It will provide information about the purpose of the trial, who can participate, where is it being held, do you have to live in that area to participate, and even phone numbers for more details. And that is open to everybody. So I really encourage you to look there and do some searches based on your interest or your location. A third place, though, is the National MS Society. So we have a website. If you search participate in a clinical trial, you'll get a page, and there's a button on that page that helps you find clinical trials in your area. That's literally what the button says, find clinical trials in your area. So there are ways to find where, active clinical trials, and I really encourage you to use these resources because it is a good way to learn about MS and learn about some new potential interventions.
Well, I want to thank you, Dr. Zakowski. Now I'd like to welcome Mimi Brown to our conversation. Thanks for joining us, Mimi.
Thanks for having me.
Well, perhaps we can start with having you tell us a little bit about your MS journey.
My MS journey is I have primary progressive MS. And so it started later in my life in this case, which makes it sometimes different than many that get diagnosed earlier. I started having symptoms when I was 50, like 50 years old, and very perplexing. Finally was able to get diagnosed when I was about 55. And I ended up going to, I live in Colorado. I went to University Colorado Health Centers. There's a Rocky Mountain Center for Multiple Sclerosis, and I went there, and that's where I was able to get diagnosed. And then honestly, they surrounded me with support immediately, and just the whole process, especially later in life, thinking, wow, this is what's going to happen next. I think I was very, very well supported. I'm fortunate.
I understand you've participated in more than one clinical trial. How did you learn about the clinical trials that you participated in, and what motivated you to enroll?
After my diagnosis in the first 6 months or so, I was in close contact with that clinic and my doctor specifically. And I think I got to the place of, okay, what can I control? What can I do? And he set me up with a physical therapy group that also focuses on MS. And they were able to help me not only start with some physical therapy and adaptive devices, which I did need, but then mentioned to me, would you be interested? So it was kind of this organic process for me as part of the whole care team that was provided. And so I was really hesitant. And then I thought, wait a minute, I can do this for myself, hopefully for improvement, but I also can help pay forward all of this great support that I've been receiving from this clinic to help others with similar situations.
So, can you tell us what you did as a participant in these trials?
I've done, I want to say 4 trials through this particular clinic. The one that I think was most effective and interesting for me personally was actually a 12-week trial. And all of these, since they're related to movement and all the physical aspects of your body, this one was focused on vestibular. The one that stands out was focused on vestibular and balance activities. And it was pretty fun. I went to the clinic twice a week for 12 weeks, and a lot of walking, a lot of talking while I was walking, some taking a small ball and bouncing it from hand to hand, turning my head from side to side, closing my eyes, walking backwards. And they did a pre-test for me and the midpoint and then a post assessment of where am I? And the clinical assessment was actually done on a computer and a pretty sophisticated monitoring device. And it was fun to be able to see my progress throughout that 12 weeks, demonstrating that yes, that type of activity as well as the frequency of it was making a difference. I think my number went from whatever the baseline for me was, it improved over 35%.
I mean, I can without my shoes on.
That
ask me how.
perfectly leads me to my very next question. I was going to ask you whether you experienced any benefits or side effects from the studies that you were a part of.
Okay, so why can't I select this in
I
Arizona
think that
if
the
I have to be in
benefits,
fucking
in
Chicago?
addition to just that feeling of wow, this makes a difference, is it was a lot of it was mental health as well. Meaning I felt so much better about what I could do for my own self. And then I thought, wait a minute, this is exciting because it can maybe hopefully help others. So that was probably the 2 parts of my benefit, certainly the physical side and then the mental, well, I'm doing something to help someone else. Side effects, I did not have any. I would say that, well, I should not neglect the fact that these exercises were tiring, and I did have to rest the rest of that day because it was basically an hour of doing exercises. So it took a lot out of me, but I was able to recover within a few hours or half a day.
Okay, so that got canceled.
Speaking of that time commitment, we heard from Erica, and she wants to know what the time commitment was like for you and how it impacted your day-to-day schedule.
That is a big deal, and very different possibly than some of the other clinical trials. Physical therapy, you need to be with a physical therapist, and so I would drive each time to and from the clinic, and that was about a 15-20 minute drive from my house, plus traffic, and then the parking and the walking. And so honestly, it was a time commitment. They were very flexible in the when I could come in and go. I could work it around any other activities that I had. And so I would say that my day-to-day schedule, since I did have people in my network that understood, okay, I'm going to take off now and go participate in this. It was something I could work into my regular schedule, I should say.
You're an advisory board member for the STEP for MS clinical trial. What are your responsibilities as an advisory board member, and what's your experience been like?
I was also so honored to be asked to be on this advisory board. The STEP for MS clinical trial is actually a national trial. The ones that I had been in, most of the participants were in this region that I live in. I the responsibilities there really run the gamut, and it's been a multi-year trial. So I, along with 11 others that are also a diverse board, there's an MDs, there's physical therapists, there's three or four of us, I think, that are living with MS, and there were some people from the insurance. And what was the
So
the
do I need to
investigators doing
travel
this
to
study
Maryland for this?
were able to access us on an every other month basis to say, here's what we're doing, what do you think? And that started pre-enrollment, then during enrollment, and
After
and
30
how it
years
was
and more,
the
participants agree that
participants
an
were
autopsy
progressing.
death during
And then
organ.
now we're at the final stage of the study. I would say it became a little community. We all enjoyed talking to each other, and we were so appreciative that somebody asked our advice, and we each had such a different perspective to bring. So I would just say that the experience was amazing, and I am very excited for that information to be rolled out.
Someone listening to our conversation might be thinking about participating in a clinical trial.
Well,
What
it's
advice
cloudy
would
and
you
rainy
give them?
today.
You know, I think
Just like yesterday.
Dr. Sikowski covered a lot of the questions.
still cloudy and
I would
gross
ask
this morning.
questions, and I think some
Well,
of
it's
them
not
are already
raining yet, but it's
covered.
cloudy and gross
I
outside.
would also
And
really
either way, Daddy
encourage
has work at the
some
moment,
to
but we'll
talk to
see if
your
I can stop
support
early and we'll see what the
team,
weather
your
looks like.
partners, your families, any
But if you're
other
not feeling good, it's not
folks
going
to
to matter, is
say,
it?
what do you think about me participating in this? Because
If you're not feeling good,
there
it's
is
not
a
going to matter, is
commitment,
it? You can't go to
and
the
I
park and
believe
feel
that I, for one, if I am signing up for this commitment, I would like to see it through, barring any other unforeseen circumstances. And so I really
how it
feel
works,
like asking those questions and then talking to your support team is something that's very, very important.
Yeah, come
Well,
take a nap.
Mimi, both you and Dr. Zakowski
I'm
have shared
working. What
what
are
I
you
know
doing?
are some very helpful insights about understanding
always trying
and
to sit with me?
participating in clinical trials. I'd like to ask each of you for the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use. So, Mimi, let's start with you.
You know, I think my top takeaway from all of the trials that I've been in the advisory board is that I encourage any individual living with MS to focus on what you can do and recognize that you can control certain aspects of this disease for yourself. And I think it's such a positive way to
This lady is such a liar.
cope for me personally, and also to help improve
You
my
can
own
control things
trajectory
about your disease,
of
no, you
the
can't.
disease progression. So that's
And Dr. Zakowski, what's your top
Can't do
takeaway?
anything.
Can I give two? I have
Nobody
two
asked
ideas that I thought
you.
I wanted to share a little bit more.
Sure.
One, it's a little bit of a takeoff from what Mimi was saying, is I really, if you see a trial that's interesting to you, be a critical reviewer. Ask
you know,
all
I
your
didn't get it
questions to
sold,
the
but
person
okay.
who's telling you about the study before you participate.
I won't deal with
No
you anyway.
question is dumb. Remember, they need you, so they should treat you with respect and answer your questions. And you should feel, I would say, excited and ready to participate before you start
Wow.
the trial. That's one comment. The other is, if you complete a trial, I really encourage you to talk about it with your friends. Share the knowledge you learned. I'm going to tell you, as a scientist, recruiting participants for a trial is a very huge limitation, and this ultimately limits research progress. So if you share your experience, positive and negative, that I'm hoping will encourage people to be aware of the different studies and be encouraged to participate, and in that way help to move science forward in the many different interventions that are
Take a rest.
thought to be helpful, but we don't know enough
No.
just yet to
That's
say that
working.
they are helpful.
I have work to
Well,
do.
Dr. Zakowski and Mimi, I want to thank you both for being with us today.
But I need both my
you so
hands
much
to
for
do.
having
So
me.
if you're here,
Thank
I
you.
can't do my work.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it
Because
to
it
help us
needed it
create
for certain
programs
things like
and
the
topics with you in
monitor
mind.
mounts.
Please be sure to visit the Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities,
It's just an
and
element.
ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an
6
MS
inches long.
Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook
Girl.
and YouTube.
Go play.
And finally, I'll invite
Go
you to
get your
join
toys off
me
the
each
counter.
week on
Go
the
clean
Real
the
Talk
bathroom.
MS podcast,
Go
where
do
we
something with your
continue the
time.
conversation that we start here. You can
Go
find
work
Real
in your
Talk
form.
MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or
Go work
wherever
on
you
your form.
find your favorite
Do some
podcasts.
push-ups.
Thanks for
Do
joining
some
us for
sit-ups.
Ask an MS Expert.
Stuff that you're
We'll
not
see you
actually
next
doing
week.
in your Taekwondo that you should be.
Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people, more than 100 countries around the world, with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife Jean lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering those questions, connecting you to resources. Winter can be a challenging time for people who live with a chronic condition like multiple sclerosis. Frigid temperatures, ice, snow, and less daylight can all impact MS symptoms. Dr. Lisa Doggett joins us today to share tips for enjoying the season by staying safe, warm, and healthy during these colder months of the year. Dr. Doggett is a family and lifestyle medicine physician at the MS and Neuroimmunology Center, Dell Medical School at the University of Texas at Austin, and she's the Senior Medical Director for Sagility. Dr. Doggett has lived with MS since 2009, and she's the author of her memoir, Up the Down Escalator, Medicine, Motherhood, and Multiple Sclerosis, which chronicles her transformation from doctor to MS patient. Welcome, Dr. Doggett. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks for the opportunity. It's great to be back.
While it's more common for people with MS to be affected by the heat, many people notice a change in their symptoms when it gets cold. What are some cold weather related changes that affect people with MS?
Well, I appreciate the chance to talk about this important topic because, I think we think of heat as the big issue with MS. And I am based in Austin, Texas, so certainly we deal with a lot of heat. But it is certainly true, too, that a lot of folks with MS do struggle when it's cold out, and cold weather can make certain symptoms worse. So particular symptoms that are often worse with cold weather include muscle stiffness, spasticity, mobility issues, pain, fatigue can be worse as well. And then mood can be impacted by winter weather, or just the light differences in the winter. And I know we're going to talk a little bit more about that potentially later in the program. But if you live in an area with a lot of snow and ice, that can increase your risk for falls as well. So all important issues to consider.
And we're going to be getting into some of
So
those.
weird.
In fact, we heard from Jessica, who lives in Minnesota. She says the cold causes stabbing pain in her elbows, fingers, and legs, and makes her joints feel like they're filled with cement. What are some things that Jessica and others like
Then why do you
Jessica
keep
can
making them
do to
naked?
keep warm
You
and
got to start
protect their
figuring this stuff
body
out.
during the winter?
I'm so sorry for what you're experiencing, Jessica. That is a very frustrating and difficult situation. There's not a perfect solution, and you
Like, you
probably
gotta start figuring out
already
problems,
doing a
girl.
lot of the things that you should to reduce
Otherwise, you're going to
your
be like
cold
people that work
exposure,
for
but you
Dad
certainly want
who
to wear
call
layers.
for the same thing that we've been
Definitely
dealing with
include
for
warm
10 years.
socks. Wear a hat. You can
And they
wear a
already
hat
know the
even
answer to your
inside if you
question.
need to, but especially when you go outside. Electric blankets can be helpful to just kind of reduce that cold impact. If you travel in a wheelchair, wrap a small blanket around your legs to help maintain body heat. Home insulation also is important. You can get kind of an energy audit. It can prevent drafts. It also can reduce your electricity bills. So definitely a good idea if you've got an older house like I do. Preheat your car when going out, and certainly staying as active as possible. You don't want to just be real still, because moving around helps to heat you up a little bit and reduce that cold sensitivity. And then finally, I'm a big time tea drinker. I love having warm tea, warm food and drink in the winter time. Herbal and green teas in particular are really healthy and can help warm you up too.
Sometimes it can be difficult to avoid the cold. There are just those times when you can't really avoid having to go outside. Are there any exercises or treatments that can help manage the spasticity or muscle pain that can develop as a result of being out in cold weather?
We are
falling and
fortunate to have a
breaking your leg
number
on
of
the ice works.
medications that can reduce pain and spasticity.
My
None of them
dad's
are
talking about
perfect,
this
and a
video I
lot
was
of them do
listening to.
have other side effects, so it can be a trade-off. But it's a good idea to talk to your healthcare provider if you are having increased pain or spasticity during the winter months. I'm a big fan of physical therapy.
Here,
I
stop
think
making them
physical
naked if
therapy
you're not
can
going to figure out how to
benefit
put your clothes back
anyone
on.
having pain and spasticity. Um, Stretching is also really important, especially if your muscles are feeling really tight. And really, any physical activity that increases your heart rate and your circulation will raise your body temperature. So that can help to reduce that cold sensitivity, at least temporarily. And then finally, I am also a big fan of mindfulness meditation. Particularly the body scan exercise can be helpful for pain, but I think mindfulness meditation is also really helpful with a variety of other conditions, particularly mood symptoms, insomnia, and anxiety.
Snow and ice can be hazardous, even if you have perfect balance and good stability. They can be more dangerous if MS affects your balance or your mobility. What are some tips to prevent falls, especially when streets and sidewalks can be slippery this time of year?
Absolutely, such an important issue. Falls are all too common, and many of us with MS are at higher risk given some of our mobility challenges. Any exercise that improves core strength and balance can is those are important really for everyone with MS, but especially if you've got mobility challenges, and they can exercises again that improve core strength are going to help you to reduce your risk of falls. Again, a physical therapist or even a personal trainer can be helpful with developing kind of good exercise regimen for you. I like a lot of online programs that are specifically designed to help people with MS. A couple other thoughts, you want to be careful about your shoes. You want to make sure that you're not wearing shoes that are real slick or high heels. Don't, this is not the time of year to be sporting those beautiful high-heeled shoes. Certainly have some shoes with tread. A fall alert device or something even on your watch can be helpful. If you've had a fall before, you are at higher risk for falls. So you want to make sure that you have a process in place if you need to alert a family member or someone, a neighbor, if you have a fall. A couple other things. You don't want to be too proud to use a mobility device. By all means, get out that cane or walker. It is absolutely okay if you need to and you're navigating at risky conditions. And finally, ask for help. If you know that you're going to have a driveway that needs to be shoveled for snow, arrange for someone in the neighborhood or a family member to come and do that for you. You don't want to risk having a fall due to exposing yourself to icy, slippery conditions. And certainly, if you're going out, have someone to hold on to, grab an arm or something to help you stabilize yourself as well.
During the winter, people tend to be indoors more, which means you may find yourself physically closer to other people. This can increase your chance of catching viruses that cause colds, flu, even COVID-19. What should people with MS know about getting those important seasonal vaccines?
Thank you so much for asking. This is a great topic, and I actually did a vaccine fellowship, so it's an area of passion for me. The risk of respiratory illness and complications can also be increased, not just from being inside with lots of people, but because of many of us are taking certain disease-modifying therapies. So the risk of complications is often higher if you have a DMT that's suppressing your immune system a little bit. Vaccines are one of the most important tools we have to prevent infections. During the winter months, we see influenza, respiratory syncytial virus, other cold viruses are more active. We could have another wave of COVID. So getting those vaccines can be really helpful at reducing your risk. Flu vaccines are recommended every year, generally in the fall, September, October, but it is not too late now to get vaccinated. And that reduces the risk of fall for flu for everyone who's 6 months and older. The RSV vaccine is a newer vaccine that's recommended now for everyone who's 75 and older. It's also
Aw, I
recommended for
can't sit in
those
the
who are at
electrical
higher
seat.
risk, who are in the 60 to 74 age range, if they have risk factors, including a weakened immune system. Certainly other conditions like heart disease or lung disease, diabetes, obesity, those are additional risk factors for RSV and reasons to get the vaccine if you're in that younger age range of 60 to 74. Updated COVID vaccines are recommended for everyone 6 months and older. There is a new COVID vaccine that was released in early September. So if you haven't received a vaccine since the beginning of the fall, it is important to get an updated COVID booster vaccine. Finally, pneumococcal vaccine is recommended for those who are 50 and older, as well as some younger people with immunocompromising conditions. We actually give the pneumococcal vaccine to most of our patients who are on certain disease-modifying therapies. So this is one to talk to your doctor about too, pneumococcal vaccine. It is a good idea to catch up on other vaccines too. A lot of my patients often have come in and have not received all of their, tetanus shot or hepatitis B
Is it because
vaccine.
I'm plugged into the
So
freaking power
ask your
strip and not the
doctor about
wall?
those.
Because it's starting to
There
piss
is
me
a
off.
terrific adult vaccine assessment tool on the CDC website. So if you're like, I don't know what I'm due for, go and check adult vaccine assessment tool from CDC. And again, talk to your doctor.
Sometimes even taking the best of precautions, you end up with a cold, with the sniffles during the summer, during the winter. Carl wants to know if you have any tips to help reduce the spread of flu, colds, and other viruses.
So, in addition to vaccines, it's important, of course, to wash your hands regularly. I think all of us probably remember a lot of the precautions during COVID, and those are the same precautions we want to take during cold weather months when respiratory viruses are more common. So, hand washing, wipe down surfaces, keep hand sanitizer nearby. Keep a distance from those who are sick, avoid crowds, especially if you're hearing that rates of COVID or flu are up in your community. It's probably a good idea to avoid really being in a densely packed area. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth, always a good idea. And then healthy habits like exercising regularly, having good quality and sufficient sleep, having a healthy diet. Those are all really important to protect your immune system during the winter months. Masks can still be considered to reduce the risk of some infections as well, especially a KN95 or an N95 mask.
I heard you just mention how important exercise is. We know that exercise improves MS symptoms, it reduces relapse rates. But we also know that when the days are shorter and colder, it can be difficult to exercise. Can you talk about some of the benefits of exercise and how important it is to stay active in the winter months?
Yes, exercise is so important. It helps boost our physical capabilities. It actually improves our mental performance, our mood, our immune system, and our overall well-being. I really think exercise is better than any medication for preventing heart disease and type 2 diabetes, which are more common often in people with MS and also as we get older. So it's very, very important to exercise regularly. The exercise guidelines call for everyone, all adults, to get 150 minutes per week of exercise. That's aerobic exercise, as well as 2 or more sessions of strength training of all major muscle groups each week. Most of us are not meeting those exercise guidelines, but it is really a good idea to try to strive to reach those goals. And 150 minutes, that's 30 minutes, 5 days a week. So it's not unattainable if we make it a priority. Any exercise, any activity actually is beneficial. So you can include a variety of things that you do in the comfort of your own home or your community. And those things are beneficial too. So like just mowing the yard, which you might not be doing in the winter, but sweeping, doing laundry, those activities are beneficial, just being less sedentary. Some other examples that you can do at home or nearby would include walking, yoga, arm and leg cycling, having a stationary bike. We actually have an old school Stairmaster in my house, which I use regularly several times a week. And there are chair exercises that are terrific as well. Many of those you can learn from, again, an occupational or physical therapist, or from some online classes for people with MS. A couple more winter tips. I think getting used exercise equipment. I mentioned our Stairmaster is a great one. A recumbent bike, a rowing machine. Those are good options for people that may be mobility challenged. And then get some online videos if you're using a wheelchair. You can also, if it's too cold to walk and you're a walker, you can go to an indoor mall or a track, and maybe even consider trying some winter sports.
Rohan says he tends to eat a lot of comfort food in the winter. I think that's something a lot of us can identify with. He says, especially during the holiday season, when it's all around. So he finds that he ends up consuming less fruits, vegetables, and even not drinking enough water. Why is it important to make nutritious choices and stay hydrated even in the cold months?
It's important to eat while year round, but it absolutely can be harder in the winter. It can be harder to get to the store. It can be harder to find
California.
fresh
What the fuck is
produce. I think that commitment to eating well, though, needs to be part of your
Ojala.
year-round plan, and it needs to be a permanent commitment. So, eating patterns that have the most evidence of benefit do have some differences between the different types of patterns, but they all have several things in common, including increasing fruits and vegetables, whole grains,
Still just a 5-hour
legumes,
drive.
nuts, and seeds. If you use olive oil, or if you use oil for your cooking, you want to use olive oil most of the time. It's the healthiest choice. We also want to minimize our consumption of red meat and sugar-sweetened beverages. So those are just kind of year-round tips for everybody, regardless of whether or not you have MS. I actually like cooking in the winter because it's a great time to make soups and stews with lots of vegetables and beans. I don't like to roast vegetables in the summer because it's just too hot, especially here in Texas. But during the winter, it's great, and it makes your kitchen cozy. It's a great healthy meal, side dish, or even an entree in some cases. You can certainly make bread as well, and healthy baked goods using whole grains and nuts. So that's another fun thing to do in the winter. So I would encourage Rowan to get creative and try some new healthy foods this winter. Stay well hydrated with water or herbal tea. It is often drier in the winter months, so staying hydrated is great, as you pointed out. And I think just being mindful of food that you're eating during the holidays. I know a lot of us are tempted by unhealthy foods around us, but we can be more thoughtful about when we choose to eat some of those foods to minimize our risk.
Because of some of the hazardous weather we sometimes face, socializing can be challenging during the winter. But connecting with others helps avoid those feelings of isolation and loneliness. Why is socializing so important for our health and our well-being?
I don't think, a lot of people, even a lot of doctors, realize the negative impacts of loneliness and isolation on health. But there is a very strong connection there. It's something I didn't really learn about until I started studying lifestyle medicine. But I didn't talk to patients about this regularly when I just did kind of traditional family medicine. I didn't realize that there was such a strong link. But social isolation has been linked to higher rates of mental illness, dementia, infections, even cancer deaths. Isolation increases the risk of heart disease and stroke by about 30%. So this is a really notable issue. Disconnection can raise the risk of dying early as much as daily smoking, in fact. So it's a common problem. There was a study last year that showed about 34% of adults aged 50 to 80 had felt isolated from others at some point in the past year. So this is very common, but it is something we need to tackle. So it can be harder to get outside in a cold climate. You have to be creative. I think we came up with some creative ideas during COVID, but connecting online or by phone with others. I actually have a group of friends who live out of state, far away from me, and we schedule calls usually every 2 months or so We plan ahead. We're going to limit those calls to 30 minutes because we're going to want to talk longer, but we just have too many other things going on. So schedule calls with people. We've even played games online with my mother-in-law. We've played Scattergories, which is a great game to play over Zoom. Join an MS support group. There are virtual options. You can actually just search online NMSS, National MS Society Support Group, and find some options near you. A couple more things. I think taking turns hosting friends for a meal or an afternoon tea or board games. That can be great if you're able to get out some. Look for community events. Make a list of indoor activities like going to the movies, going to a theater, maybe going to the mall or a museum. So lots of fun things that you can do in the winter, but you do have to plan ahead.
At the beginning of our conversation, I remember you mentioning mood is something that can change during the winter months. I know some people experience what we call the winter blues. For others, those feelings can turn into seasonal depression, also known as seasonal affective disorder or SAD. What is seasonal affective disorder? How is it diagnosed, and how can it be managed?
Yeah, seasonal affective disorder is actually very common, and it's a form of depression that happens during certain seasons of the year, most often in the fall or the winter. It's thought that something about the shorter days, less daylight, sets off a chemical change in the brain that can lead to symptoms of depression. Those symptoms include things that I think are familiar to many of us, but just kind of to remind everybody: persistent sadness, feeling hopeless, guilty, loss of interest in things that you usually enjoy, decreased energy, difficulty concentrating or remembering. Changes in sleep and appetite are often seen as well. And some people, unfortunately, have thoughts of self-harm or even suicide. For seasonal affective disorder, the symptoms often include oversleeping, so sleeping longer hours than normal, overeating as well. Social withdrawal is common as well. The treatments include medications, as you would usually use with depression, as well as talk therapy or psychotherapy. But light therapy has been found to be very effective, and is different than what we would normally use to treat regular depression. So light therapy is something to strongly consider, and you can talk again with your physician about that.
Allison says she wants to know if she could benefit from taking a vitamin D supplement in the winter when there is less sunlight.
Vitamin D is actually recommended for everyone, not just people with MS. We don't get very much through our diet, and it's important to help us absorb calcium and phosphate, which are needed for strong bones and teeth. It's also important for brain health and our immune system. So even in sunny places like Texas, a lot of people don't get enough vitamin D. So getting supplements is important. I'm not a big fan of supplements in general, but definitely vitamin D is something we should consider strongly if we have MS, or even if we don't. Low vitamin D has been associated with MS, but we still don't know the exact connection, like how low vitamin D may be triggering MS, or if it does at all. But it is generally recommended to take supplements, often at higher levels if you have MS. Again, it's still something we're researching, a little bit controversial with some newer research, but something definitely to talk with your physician about. Your doctor may actually measure your level, and that can help guide treatment decisions.
The winter can bring freezing temperatures, snow, ice, even school and job closures. What are ways that people with MS can best prepare for that extreme weather to ensure that they have everything that they need?
Well, I think it's really critical to plan ahead, and I know that can be difficult sometimes, but certainly making sure that your prescriptions are refilled. Ask and see if you can get 90 days at a time. That can certainly reduce the frequency that you're having to go to your pharmacy, or you may be able to get mail order. That's a huge help when it's cold outside. Stocking up on groceries and personal care products, especially if you know that you're going to have bad weather coming. Registering with appropriate medical or social needs registries if you need extra help. Make sure that your caregivers are involved in developing your cold weather plan. If you have somebody that comes to your house to provide home health care or even clean your house. You want to coordinate with them to come up with a plan if weather is too bad for them to come over. If you rely on medical equipment
God, I
that
wish I had
requires
somebody to come
electrical
clean my
power,
house.
you want to have a backup power source like a battery and make sure that you have that battery charged up. And of course, have a plan in place if you lose power for days at a time and really need to go somewhere because you can't stay in your house. Planning ahead.
Philip uses a modified wheelchair van, but he says he isn't real comfortable driving in the winter. His ramp doesn't always clear snowbanks, and using his hand gears on ice makes him nervous. Are there any options that are going to allow Philip to maintain his independence and get where he needs to go in the snowy months?
Oh, Philip, that's a tough situation. I definitely can understand that winter can be intimidating when you've got some challenges like that. I think it's important to look at some options for lining up rides from others. It sounds like you know your limits, which is important, but making sure that if you're uncomfortable, that you have some other way to get out if you need to. So have a trusted family member or a friend who can do some driving for you. You might be able to request rides from local accessible buses or from rideshare options. And that's if you really need to get out. But I think turning to delivery services to get essential items like food, getting your medications delivered, those are important to plan in advance and get you kind of think about as you're planning getting ready for the colder months now.
Well, you shared some really helpful insights and tips about how to best prepare for the winter with MS. Dr. Doggett, what would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and to use?
Well, I think planning ahead is really important, as well as don't be afraid to ask for help. And then in addition to that, I would say double down on all of the healthy habits that are important year round. But the 6 tenets of lifestyle medicine during the winter months are really important to keep in mind. Those include good nutrition, physical activity, sufficient and restorative sleep, avoidance of unhealthy substances, stress management, as well as connection with others. You'll feel better mentally, physically, and emotionally, and be better equipped to handle challenges.
Sounds like excellent advice, and I want to thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Doggett.
Thank you.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it. It helps us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I want to invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. See you next week. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our experts the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions, connecting you to resources. For many years, healthcare providers have recognized the potential benefit of certain medications that, while not specifically approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for treating MS, can still be highly effective. This practice, known as off-label use, provides additional options that may be more affordable and sometimes preferred by insurers. Joining me to discuss the use and advantages of off-label medications is Dr. Allison Magruder, clinical pharmacist of neurology and dermatology at Mizzou Specialty Pharmacy. Welcome, Allison. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks for having me, John. I'm glad to be here.
Well, let's start with some basics. What does off-label use really mean?
So basically, it just means that we're using it in a different way than what the FDA has approved it for. So FDA, when we go through that process, will come back with this is the label for how the medication is used. And anytime we use that differently than the FDA, that becomes off-label.
Can you talk us through the process of how a drug gains FDA approval?
Yeah, so it is a pretty vigorous process. There's 3 trials that you might hear about: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And all of those have to show that the drug is safe and effective for them to even want to take it to the FDA for approval. And then once all that is submitted, it's reviewed by multiple experts to make sure that it is showing that it is safe and effective for the population that we are pursuing the FDA approval for. What we can see is that the FDA may not think that the data is there, but we see that other countries, their review process agreed to it, and it gets approved in another country, but not in the US, or vice versa.
Well, with 20 disease-modifying therapies approved for MS, why might a healthcare provider prescribe an off-label medication instead?
It could be related to access. So it could be the cost of the medications. Sometimes off-label medications come from generic, which is no longer branded, so they're less expensive. And we may need to utilize those if we can't get access to the other ones. We may have exhausted all of our other ones or taken similar drugs and had adverse reactions, side effects, allergic reactions that we would not want to try something else that's similar. Or we may have another condition that overlaps with our MS that maybe we could use an off-label medication to kind of treat both.
How common is it for healthcare providers to prescribe an off-label medication?
It's fairly common when it comes to like all healthcare providers. So going to your primary care, there's lots of medications that we know work, but we never took them through the FDA to get that route. And so many of our medications get used technically off-label, even though we have evidence to support them, even though they're safe and effective. But it happens very commonly just because we didn't spend the money to go through the FDA to get that exact indication.
Haley says she's surprised to hear how common it is and wonders if there are studies to support the use of off-label medications for symptom management in MS. And Haley also wants to know why the FDA hasn't approved some or all of these off-label medications to be used specifically to treat MS.
Yeah, so partly we got to explain why we don't pursue something to be through the FDA, and that really comes down to money and cost. So as medications become, their patent starts to expire, then we don't have the money necessarily to spend on it because we're not going to be able to reproduce that money. So companies will sometimes have very preliminary data or even get into like phase 1, phase 2, but not complete phase 3 trials because of cost. But then they have good evidence to support it. They just don't have the money to back going through the process. Another reason is smaller populations. We may not necessarily have really good, robust data that could get us FDA approval, but we have small data that supports its use, or we just don't have other options. Like for primary progressive MS before Ocrevus, I mean, if we wanted to treat, we had to go off-label. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have data. We do. Sometimes that data is not robust enough to get through the FDA, and other times it unfortunately is a money game of not being able to spend the money and be able to reproduce that money on a brand name medication.
Ronnie's wondering if there's a difference between an off-label medication and a generic medication.
Yes, so a brand medication is the company that owns it and they give it a brand name. The generic is the scientific name, but oftentimes we refer to a generic medication as it's no longer provided by the original company with that branded name. So we're using that scientific name, but being the patent is gone, it's made by another company, and a lot of times when we get to generics, it's a lot less expensive than the brand name. We can use generics off-label, but they're technically on-label too when we use them.
If medications can be prescribed off-label anyway, what's the benefit of a company getting their medication approved by the FDA for specific conditions?
Well, the biggest one is advertisement. If it's not approved through the FDA, a company cannot advertise for it. They can't advertise to the doctors. They can't advertise to patients. They can't say this medication treats MS. So there's a lot of restrictions. And so then that data really has to come from doctors being aware themselves, going and getting that information by researching it on their own. And so they don't have any information coming from the company about it.
Rico says he's interested, but skeptical. He wants to know if there are risks associated with taking an off-label medication.
Yeah, so I think when we talk about risks, there's definitely risks to off-label. We need to understand there's risks to on-label as well. So anytime we're taking a medication, we should be concerned about what those risks are. There's going to be cases where the risks outweigh the benefits, and therefore we don't go that route. But there are going to be times when we look at the risks and realize that even with those risks, this is a good avenue for me to go on.
Is there a different process for gaining approval from your insurance company if your prescribed medication is considered off-label?
I think every insurance company is different in what they prefer. I think with as many FDA-approved medications for MS that we have now, it's less likely for an insurance company to actually prefer an off-label, but there's still instances where they might. So if we were wanting an off-label, we might just have to submit the evidence that we're using to choose that medication to your company for them to review.
Colton.
Well, that actually prompts my very next question. We heard from Lauren, who was recently diagnosed with MS. And Lauren wants to take an off-label medication to manage one of her symptoms because it's less expensive through her insurance. Why is that often the case?
A lot of times it's simply because it's a generic medication, so it's no longer branded. And when we get to generics, we can do more studies, whether that's at like an academic center just doing studies based on it. It's less driven by the drug companies. And so we get data across the board on that this medication can work. And then because it's generic, then it's also less expensive. We also have like by the time medication gets generic, it's been on the market a long time. So we know a lot about the safety and monitoring of it.
Jonathan wants to know if he'll have a choice in his medication or if his insurance company will prefer off-label medications over FDA-approved MS-specific medications because the off-label medications are cheaper.
It can happen that insurance wants that preferred cheaper alternative, but however, when you're talking with your doctor, you should choose the one that you want the most and then pursue it. If insurance comes back, and then you can fight it. That's actually one of my biggest roles that I do is fight insurance on why we want a specific drug. And I want to empower you that you do have a choice. There are different avenues to get the medication that you want. It sometimes depends on how much you want to fight and how much your doctor's office is willing to fight for you too.
Are there resources available to help someone like Jonathan compare prices for medication?
Yeah, so GoodRx is a website that you can go to and type in. It's not super or always accurate. You can get some inaccurate information, but it gives you an idea of like where it costs. You know, you can compare it to one drugstore to another. Not every company will take a GoodRx, and you do actually have to present GoodRx to the pharmacy to get that discount. It's not an automatic cash price. There are other places like Cost Plus Drugs that you can look at, as well as Needy Meds can help you find coupons and patient assistance programs. So drug companies, they want to show that their medication is accessible, and so a lot of times they provide copay support and patient assistance programs to help you get the medication and stay on it.
Walt tells us that he lives with MS, hasn't started a disease-modifying therapy yet, and he's wondering if he needs to try a medication approved for MS before being prescribed an off-label option.
His insurance may have step therapy that they want you to try something before they give you access to XYZ. However, it kind of really should depend on a discussion with your doctor about the risks and why that is the medication you want, as well as then do we have evidence to back that and support it through insurance, and then we just submit that to insurance and try to fight for it.
Which off-label medications are being used to treat MS?
I think the most common is rituximab. There are places that use that over Ocrevus because of cost. We also see it because before Ocrevus was available, or the other CD20s, that it was the only CD20 we had access to. So even though it was off-label, we were utilizing it. And so there's patients that's been on it and we've kept on it. And that kind of goes back to some of the medications that we see, the generic tablets like mycophenolate, or something that's been on the market for a long time. Was when we didn't have as many options, we might have started a patient on it and then they've continued on it. I don't generally see us going that route unless there's another condition that we're trying to treat together.
I'm gonna have to put this on the frickin' thing later
Speaking
because
of
it's pissing me
Ocrevus,
off.
Lakin's father lived with primary progressive MS for 3 decades. He was diagnosed when there were no FDA-approved treatment for primary progressive MS. Were there off-label options available to him at that time?
There would have been off-label options, but not necessarily that we had great data on. We don't have a lot of options for primary progressive because we can't get that data to show that medications work really well for it. So when Ocrevus was able to show that, that was a big deal. We did have rituximab, which did have some data to support it, but then not enough to get through the FDA. So sometimes we have enough just to kind of support it when we don't have other options, but not enough to go like, this is definitely safe and effective.
Julie has relapsing remitting MS, and she says she's happy with her disease-modifying therapy, but struggles to manage her nerve pain. Are there off-label options to manage specific MS symptoms?
Yeah, and that's really where I see a lot of off-label use currently. Because we have so many DMTs, I see a lot less of that off-label use now, but I do see it in symptom management because there are lots of options that we know helps treat nerve pain in different populations, not necessarily MS. And so we kind of use that and how the mechanisms work to choose that therapy. So we'll see lots of off-label use when it comes to symptom management.
Well, what other common MS symptoms are there that off-label medications might be able to treat?
So fatigue, depression, even some of the spasticity medications that we use. If we've tried the ones that are on label, we might go to a different trial, a different medication. Really, a lot of your urinary symptoms have on-label treatments, but we might use multiple mechanisms to cover something. So examples might be we have depression and nerve pain, so we choose a medication like duloxetine that we know kind of covers both, but not specifically for MS.
If someone's interested in exploring an off-label option, where and how should they start?
So I do think the internet is great and that has lots of information. However, we gotta make sure that the information that we're getting is accurate. So I think, using the MS Society's website, using reputable sources, and then going to your doctor and having a conversation. So I want you to be able to get that information that's out there, but I also want you to talk to a healthcare provider about it so that you can see which information out there is actually most accurate.
What should that conversation with your healthcare provider be like? What questions should someone be asking?
Is my medication meeting our goals that we're wanting it to? And if it's not, then are there other medications that might meet those goals? Go in with an idea of what your goals are, and then also ask your doctor what their goals of treatment are.
Well, you've certainly shared some helpful insights about how off-label medications might be used for managing MS. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use?
I think the most important thing is that off-label does not mean that we don't have data to support it. So there's still data to support it, and it may be more cost-effective. it may be the best option for you. And so if you have any concerns at all, that should be a conversation about with your healthcare provider about why we're choosing this medication. But just know that off-label use is very common. It's usually safe as long as we have good data to back it up. So I don't want anybody to feel worried about taking off-label medication when it's used appropriately.
Well, thank you for being with us today, Allison.
Thank you.
Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/msexpert,
programs
as well as
or
on
anything
Facebook
that helps
and
with,
YouTube.
like,
And
maintenance
today's
of
program
living spaces.
survey has now been posted in the chat to capture your feedback. Please take a minute and complete
Why?
it to help
Because
us create
contractors
programs and topics
are dumb.
with you in mind. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks again for joining us on Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert.
Holy fuck, is this wrong?
Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact the family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee,
In-game, no
and
worries.
currently I'm a district activist
Thanks for
leader
stopping
and
by.
trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. MS can impact your ability to be productive. It can prevent you from enjoying certain activities. It can even get in the way of performing everyday tasks. And while you don't have control over your MS, you do have control over how you choose to respond to your changing circumstances. We're joined today by the Associate Vice President of Research at the National MS Society, Dr. Kathy Zakowski. Dr. Zakowski is also an occupational therapist, an adjunct associate professor at the Kennedy Krieger Institute and Johns Hopkins Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation. And Dr. Zakowski is here to share some energy-conserving strategies you can use,
So I'm going to pause this because I actually
along
want
with
to pay attention to this because I haven't watched it in a while.
To make life easier.
But we'll keep the music and stuff
Welcome,
going,
Dr.
so we'll be right back in a
Zakowski,
minute.
and thanks for joining us today.
Hi, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be back.
I know, it's not that exciting, but I'll be back in a minute. Already.
Come drop that.
Alright, sorry, we're back.
When I introduced you, I mentioned that you're an occupational therapist. So I'm hoping you won't mind explaining what an occupational therapist does and how an occupational therapist is different from a physical therapist.
Yes, it's a really good question. I feel like this is a really common question too. So let me just specify, an occupational therapist is trained to problem solve ways to allow you to do the tasks that are important to you. So the word occupation refers to how we spend our time, not only our jobs, which is often a misconception. And it's important to keep in mind that both OTs and PTs, or physical therapists and occupational therapists, will do an evaluation. And that evaluation is really important so we can see how you move and we can talk with you about your goals. And to know that we are partners with your neurologist and primary care physician. So it's important that we all talk to one another. So more specifically, occupational therapists will suggest the use of tools that can help make daily activities easier to do, help with helping to make places more functional for you, recommending equipment or assistive devices, advice around conserving energy, teaching skills for stress management and meeting goals. So it's a pretty broad variety of things that we can address. A physical therapist more specifically focuses on strength, range of motion, coordination, gross motor skills, or those skills that require larger muscles like walking. And occupational therapists help people live better despite having disability or illness by improving their skills. So we work very well with one another. So occupational therapists and physical therapists often will be seeing the same clients, but we have unique skill sets that are not redundant, but instead thought of as complementary. So I hope that helps.
Sounds like it does. And you're joining us today to talk about some of those strategies and tools that people can use to help minimize some of the everyday challenges they might face. So people have questions. Let's get right into it. We heard from Jennifer, who experiences weakness and sometimes even a lack of sensation in her hands. Jennifer says it's hard for her to button things and to grip large items like a carton of milk, for instance. What tools are available to Jennifer and others like Jennifer who might be experiencing problems with hand control?
You know, it's really important to know that, using the internet will allow you to really find a lot of options. It's just important to know there are options. For one suggestion would be even just to use, attach to your faucet an element that would allow the water to go on using a sensor, just like we find in public restrooms. Another really common device is this universal cuff that you can see pictured here that allows you to use any utensils and makes it so you don't have to grab that little silverware piece, but instead be able to have it attached to your hand. Another one listed here is that the one on the right is a way to cut items. So if it's hard to hold the vegetable or fruit that you're cutting, you have a higher risk of cutting yourself. So with this device, you put the food in the little plastic cup, you close it, and you push it up and down, and the blade inside will cut it so that you don't need to worry about holding an item. So go maybe even to the next slide. There's a couple other options here. The one I really want to point out is the one on the right, and that is a use of a plastic pad called a Dyson. You can find this at Target or other stores, even drugstores. And the idea is it's a piece of plastic that's kind of sticky. So you can put a bowl on top of it so that when you're mixing, the bowl doesn't move, or you can put it on top of a jar when you're trying to open something so that you have a better grip on it. And this often makes it easier to open items. I think there's one more slide. Right. So I also wanted to point out, again, there's lots of ways to make even what you do in the bathroom easier. One thing that I found that I like to share with people is this idea of a portable hand dryer holder. So it's really hard from having long hair to hold your hand dryer and blow dry your hair. And when you have MS and you often have weakness or loss of sensation, it's really hard to do that. So if you can station your hand dryer on the counter and just be in charge of combing or brushing your hair, often that simplifies the task enough so that you have more independence. And there, other items that are listed here can be, you can find them even just by using the keywords that I have written there. So I wanted to show pictures just to give you ideas, but this is by no means expansive. There are quite a variety of options.
Candy tells us that she feels unstable in the shower. Since showers are a common place for accidents to happen, this is a real safety issue that Candy wants to address. What kinds of things are available to help someone with their balance in the shower? And while we're on the subject, maybe you can talk about other modifications that can make the bathroom safer and easier to navigate.
Look, there we go. Thank you for this slide. What I wanted to show on the top left here is what's called a kind of universal design. So ideally, the bathroom is a really dangerous place. Everything is very hard. It's often wet. So you want to kind of think ahead. And when you're planning your bathroom space, make sure that you have the capability to sit much of the time. So as you can see in this photo, there's a sink, and being able to sit at the sink instead of stand often helps so that you don't fall. Having a handheld shower head makes it so you again can sit in the shower and then use the shower head to wash your hair and the rest of your body. And you can see on the bottom right, there's also a way to adapt a bathtub. And this bath seat is really unique in that 2 of the feet fit into the bathtub and 2 of the feet fit outside the bathtub. So you can sit and then move your legs into the bathtub and slide over. This same idea can be used in toileting as well. So there are transfer boards that you can use so that you can actually slide from a wheelchair, for example, to the toilet. Or if you're not in a wheelchair and it's just hard to stand from a toilet seat, you can use a raised toilet seat, and that can be purchased again at through the internet, but put onto any kind of toilet seat. So it's not that you need a whole new bathroom. There are things you can do to your bathroom right now to make it a little bit easier for you. So those are a couple of examples.
Well, let's move into the kitchen. Vinny told us that he loves to cook, but getting around the kitchen isn't as easy as it used to be. Can you share some tips that might make cooking easier and a little more enjoyable for Vinny?
Yes, I would love to. I think, this shows, again, kind of a universal design kitchen where you can sit for much of the time. And that's one recommendation I would have is make it so you don't use all your energy standing, but instead can use it for doing whatever you're doing for meal prep. I would also, kind of remind everybody that what I'm talking about is not, this is not rocket science, but these are the little things that if you can think about them and plan ahead for them, you can get a little bit more done with less energy. So one thing is to reorganize your kitchen. So don't let a lot of clutter be around, because then you have to move the clutter before you can work. Add lighting. It's a really simple addition, but it makes it so much easier to see what you're doing so that you don't cut yourself or misplace things as easily. Keep things that you're using a lot within easy reach. So it's much more energy consuming to reach over your head than to have items right at your kind of shoulder or waist height. Use drawers that have less resistance. So there's something called easy slide drawers. Also just adding handrails around the kitchen or dining room area so that as you're standing and trying to do something, you can actually hold on with one hand and work with the other. You just want to make it so that you're at lower risk of falling. So think ahead about ways that you might have almost fallen and try to use that as a tool to plan ahead so that doesn't happen again.
Jacob tells us that he has blurred vision. He says sometimes it's difficult for him to see and get around safely. Are there tools or strategies that can make it easier for people with vision issues to accomplish everyday tasks?
There are so many options now. There really are a lot of companies that are really trying to tap into this need for people with MS and other conditions who have blurred vision. So I only show a few here, but really trying to capitalize on the use of glasses. So not just for correcting your vision, but for actually magnifying the item. They can just be used for certain tasks. They're not for every moment use like regular glasses are. Using also, there are lots of ways to magnify a regular book, say a cookbook or a book you just want to read. And so that's what's being shown here. There are also, kind of things that are more day-to-day use, in that there are keyboards that are designed for low vision, so they have high contrast. So they're black on the background and the keys are white, or vice versa. So there's lots of different ways. I would recommend for Jacob to really figure out what his goal is, and then start looking around, ask an occupational therapist to help evaluate what tools are available. But there are plenty of tools to try at least and see if they can help him for the tasks he's interested in.
Well, you've shared some great ideas with us. What are some other gadgets or strategies that we haven't talked about that people can use around the house to make their daily lives easier?
So I think the idea is really to make it simpler for yourself. So you want to plan ahead for tasks. So if you go one more slide, I think I want to talk about this super pole here on the left. I know it sounds like the name's a little crazy, but the idea here is really that you can use this anywhere, and it gives you a handhold. So this can be packaged up and put into a suitcase, so it comes down to a much smaller space. Sometimes they fold. You can get something like this even at Costco. They're not a high-end item, but they are very practical and can allow you to do things even when you're not at home, or when you're at home and you're trying to do some activities. You want to balance independence in your high priority activities with assistance from others. Other ideas is to really explore ways to adapt common tasks. And that's why I wanted to bring up this poll, because I think you can adapt some of the things you do in your kitchen by adding a pole like this, which gives you something to lean up against and grab onto as you're moving around, or
Get myself a super pole, that way people can be in love with me.
Or managing the home.
I'm in love
you
with
want
a
to follow
stripper.
through with identifying and purchasing equipment, and making sure the equipment that you get is put into the home in a safe way. So make sure if you use something like a super pole or grab bars, that they're put in correctly, so that when you need them, they're sturdy and there for you. I also would recommend using walkers and a cane when you're tired. Think of them as a tool, not as what many of my patients will say is that, I feel like I'm kind of giving in to my MS symptoms by using these, but instead think I'm using my cane today because I'm really tired and I want to be able to get more done. And so it's more of a tool than a crutch, so to speak.
People experiencing mobility issues can sometimes find it difficult to get out of the house and go somewhere. I think you've already started to answer this question, but what are some of the ways to make it easier for people to get out and enjoy activities outside their home?
Yes, so the super pole is one thing I really recommend to people because it is so mobile. But there's also, as pictured here, there are ways to make even just getting in and out of the car a little bit easier. So you can add a portable handle, and this is just a rubber piece that can be put onto any car, but makes it a little easier and a little less energy consuming to get in and out of the car. Really, there are different ways to lift a wheelchair into the car. What's being shown is a more traditional lift that goes into to help you lift a wheelchair or even a walker into your trunk, again, so that you can take it with you and be able to use it. Using also, again, if you don't like using a cane, there are walking poles that look a little less medical, as many people describe it, but really give you that sense of extra stability and less risk of falling, allowing you to travel and enjoy the many things that there are to do if you're traveling, but not putting yourself at risk. There might be one other slide that I wanted to point out. The ramps, right? Okay, so I just wanted to bring up really quickly, adding ramps to your home is really important, even for small changes. So I wrote kind of the rule here for how steep the ramp should be, given kind of federal guidelines. But really, even a ramp that lets you get over that threshold of your home, even if it's only an inch or two, really can make all the difference between falling as you're going in or out of the home versus just using your ramp. So I encourage you to think along these lines. There are things you can make even at home and not necessarily have to purchase, but by understanding sort of how steep you would want to make this a ramp, it really can make a big difference to people. And sometimes people have even traveled. You can fold up some of these ramps and bring them with you so that when you get...
Hold on, I gotta take a picture of that because my old man was like, you can put the ramps and put your chair in your truck. But he's only got like a 12-foot ramps.
To a hotel, you can use them in some respects. So being flexible and thinking kind of creatively is what I'm recommending.
While we're speaking of getting out and enjoying activities, we heard from Marge, who says she feels fatigued before the day is even half over, and she has a hard time getting things done. What can people like Marge do to conserve their energy while still being productive?
This is such an important question because it really is. There really are some things that I'm hoping you'll hear today that you can use and will help. You know, we all talk about needing sleep. It's well known now. There's so much evidence suggesting that do what you can to get 7 to 8 hours of sleep, and that will help in being able to complete the tasks that you want to do each day. Plan your activities. So in the morning or in the evening, when you feel like you're at your best, plan your activities for the next day so that you can decide what do you need to do early on in the day when you might have more energy versus later. You want to plan to work at a relaxed, steady pace. It uses far more energy to be kind of frantic or be rushed. And so the best way to avoid that is to plan and give yourself sort of that chance to get as much done as you can within the time you have. Prioritizing your tasks, breaking a big task into smaller tasks so that you can plan to do a part of the task, take a little rest, and then finish the task. So taking short, frequent breaks, not necessarily naps, but just little breaks, even 5 minutes of just sitting and catching your breath and kind of thinking through what your next steps will be, can really help. You want to rest before you get really tired, because that's when I think accidents are more likely to happen. And that's what we want to avoid, right? We want to avoid the fall, and then you have to, get yourself up from the floor or hurting yourself because you're falling against something. So another idea that's talked about a lot is kind of spacing out activities, so you have a little bit of time to get things done and still have a break in between. I mentioned earlier, sitting when possible. Really make sure you plan. Is there a way that you could sit in the kitchen or put a chair within reach so you could work a little bit and then come back and really sit down and rest your back even against something for a few minutes? I can't complete one, I feel like one way of talking about conserving energy is really to build your energy by exercising regularly. So you don't want to overdo it. You want to start by kind of underdoing the exercise just a little bit at a time. But if you're consistent, you can gradually increase, and that will increase your overall endurance. And then last thing I want to mention is really recognizing that with MS, doing things in warm, humid weather often feels much more difficult, and plan for that. Understand that that's the case for the summer season, and be aware of that and plan. This is the biggest strategy, I would say.
Well, I heard you mention prioritizing and planning your activities is one way to conserve energy and be more productive. The same strategy can also help if someone is experiencing cognitive challenges. What are some other strategies or tools that can help people who might be experiencing problems with memory, concentration, or problem solving?
Yeah, this area of research has come a long way. And so now really the task is to get some of these new interventions out to people. But there are a lot of ways that you can work on this. We know that issues like poor memory, even word finding, or problems with problem solving are so common in so many people with MS. So some examples would be to use computerized cognitive training. There are ways to participate in this kind of rehabilitation from your home with the guidance of an occupational therapist, sometimes the guidance of a psychologist. There are also smartphone applications that you can use to help remember
So
important
random seeing
events,
you on right now. Well, dude, it's
and
not my fault that
online
you're not
resources
paying
to
attention
manage your
to the
finances,
Discord
so
notifications
that
when I go
they
live.
are available.
It's your fault.
And when you can have, you can set up scheduled times for yourself to go back.
I've been
and
doing
remind
this
yourself
relatively frequently, doing
what
this
you
daytime
like.
stuff, especially
If
right
you're doing
now
your
for MS
finances,
Awareness
that
Month. We're running
once
the
a week I'm
charity
going to go
drive
back
for the
and I'm gonna
National
go back to
Multiple
the same
Sclerosis
spreadsheet,
Society.
and there are apps
Or
that can
watching a
walk
shit
you
ton of
through
MS
problem
videos.
solving types of questions to be sure that you're not forgetting
Just adds
things.
to my depression, but whatever.
Other ways that cognitive issues become an issue, become more of a critical problem is just in taking your medications. And so there are actually medication bottles that they make now, which can
Not paying attention to a lot of shit right now. Yeah, right? How's that
they
work
emit
going?
a light when you've taken the medication for the day, so that
Drowning
you
at
can just
work?
look
Yeah.
back at that bottle and say, okay, I've
That
already
new
done
job,
that today.
man.
I don't need to go back for today and take that medication, or just using a plain, pill box. But there are plenty of ways online, I guess, is the message I want to get across, that you can do some things at home now to really work on some of those issues.
Because MS symptoms can fluctuate,
Hiding in a break
it
pod.
can
What the fuck is a
sometimes be
break pod?
difficult for someone to recognize when they need help adapting their environment and accomplishing everyday tasks. What's the best way for someone to assess whether it's time to seek help from
Oh,
an
did you
occupational
see the
therapist?
thingy that happened above your
Right, so obvious
or
signs
right after your
include
message
things
there?
like you're falling a little more often, or you see your loved one falling more often,
see the
or you
thing?
see them almost falling. That's even better, right? So you want to try
Wild,
to
I got the job.
assess
Expect
why
me to
that's
do it.
happening.
Yeah, no
and
shit.
That's where an occupational therapist can really come
Again,
into
what
play.
the fuck is a break pod?
Listening to growing concern from
The fuck is that?
from people in your
You
family
hiding
or
like in a little
caregivers.
emergency capsule?
Other really obvious signs would be lack of hygiene. So sort of noticing that it's harder to stay clean, or your loved one who has MS, it's harder for them to stay clean. It sounds simple, but really bathroom hygiene is very difficult with many of these, many of the issues that you have, many of the symptoms you have with MS.
Yeah, trying to
common
change some
problems
things
could
about the
include
channel, and
lack of interest or
literally
memory
as the
problems.
most active mod on the channel, I
Noticing
figured the
that other
best way
people are
was
noticing is
having
kind of,
something for when you show up in
important.
chat.
But an occupational therapist can just do an evaluation and offer suggestions. So it might not even
They have
require
techie sound
going
group
to an
house for
OT
people to go
multiple
chill in.
times. It might be just a good
Or
evaluation
scream.
would be what's necessary to give you those ideas for how to address the issues that are at hand right now.
That's not sketchy at all.
Well, thank you for sharing some
a
great
little bit techie
information
sketchy.
about how someone can
Some
make
sketchy techie.
relatively minor changes that deliver major benefits
Techie?
when it comes to adapting their environment and their mindset to make sure that they can accomplish more of what they want to do every day. What would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember?
Yeah, I knew that was coming, so I've been prepared. I think the 3 things I would really recommend would be to take a moment to identify specific tasks that are important
I would
to
say
you,
that must
but
be a
you find
California
difficult
thing, but
to
it's
do.
probably in
And try to
multiple
break
places.
it down into components so that they're solvable. The many times you can do this even by talking with a friend about it to get ideas, but that's where an OT might be helpful. My second piece of advice would be really to give yourself some grace to accept help at times, but make it at times of your choosing. So identify what you want to do in the day and recognize that you might need help at some point, and kind of preparing yourself for that. My third piece of advice would be to think about the use of equipment as tools that make tasks more achievable for you. It's not a crutch. It's not that you're giving in. It's that you're being smart and you're using equipment to
Stecky.
allow
That's what
you
I'm
to
gonna call it that.
maintain your
I'm gonna
quality
call
of
it
life.
stecky.
As these
It's a
issues
stecky
with MS
pod.
might
It's a
come and
sketchy,
go, you might use the
techie
equipment
pod.
some days and not all
Stecky
the
pod.
days. But allow
Not to be
yourself
confused
do
with a
that.
sticky
Those
pod,
are-
which
those
is
are
a
my
totally different
pieces of advice
conversation.
at this point.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions, and thank you for being with us today, Dr. Zakowski.
Thank you.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator
I have to continuously
team
laugh at
is
the
your
use of
best
her wording,
partner when
where
it comes
a
to connecting you to the very
cane
best information and
is not a
resources
tool,
on living with
it's a
MS.
crutch. Or it's not a crutch,
You
it's
can
a
reach
tool.
an MS
That's funny how that
Navigator
works.
by phone, email, or through the Society's
Is
website
it though?
by
Is it
chat.
what? Stecky?
And for
Or sticky
information
pod?
and resources on MS, please visit the Society's website. You'll find research, updates, and news, information on connection
Wink, wink.
programs like self-help groups and MS Friends. You'll see ways
I mean, I
for you to
guess
get involved,
a sticky
and you'll
pod
hear
could be
about
a sticky
upcoming
pod, I
events
guess.
that are taking
Fucking
place
headset, I
near
guess.
you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS
I
Society
guess it could be
and
sticky.
others
Can two
affected
people
by
fit in
MS
one of those?
on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast.
Like, is there
where
space
I
for two?
continue
Is
the
that where people
conversation
go
that
when
we
they're
start
supposed to
here.
be working together?
You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com.
I mean, then they're
Apple
working together,
Podcasts,
you know
Google
what I mean?
Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcast. I'd like to thank Dr.
Depends
Zakowski
on the
for
people.
joining us today.
So
Please
twigs.
remember that a
So
recording
therefore
of this
twigs
webcast will be
are
available at
continuously
the
linked.
Society's
Is why we can do
website
that.
at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. And on YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us to continuously improve, and it helps
What kind of
shape
meeting do you
future
have that you're
programs.
hiding from?
The survey takes just 1
You in
minute.
trouble?
So I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Dr. Kathy Zakowski and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining
I was
us.
supposed to have 2 meetings
Please
today.
stay
My boss
safe
didn't show up for the
and
one,
make
and then
healthy
my IT people
choices.
canceled the other. So here I am just finishing work over here.
Welcome to Ask an MS Expert.
While we
I'm
wait for those
John
donations
Strom,
to
your
roll in.
moderator
Because I don't
and
know about
host
you,
of
but
Real
eating a
Talk
jelly
MS
bean that tastes like wet
podcast.
dog sounds like
Each week,
fun,
Real
but
Talk
nobody's
MS
throwing money at the
reaches
charity for
thousands
it.
of
Man.
people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife,
That
Jean,
wagon
lived with
you're
progressive
dragging,
MS
yo.
for 23 years. So
So
I've
true.
had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered.
I will
Please
say, I don't
feel
think I've
free
ever
to
actually
post
heard
your
that
comments
statement
and
before.
questions on Facebook,
That's pretty good.
YouTube,
I like
or
it.
Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions.
Well, my headset doesn't
and
stay up anymore.
resources. The trillions of bacteria and microorganisms that live in our intestines influence many aspects of our health. This colony of bacteria, called the gut microbiome, also plays a role in multiple sclerosis. Today, we're talking with Dr. Ashu Mangalam to better understand the gut microbiome and the connection between gut bacteria.
You notice how he
and
didn't
MS.
say Ashutosh?
Dr. Mangalam is an associate
Like he just
professor
cut
of
off the second
pathology
half of the dude's first
at
name.
Harvard College of Medicine at the University of Iowa.
The one on one of
Dr.
the client.
Mangalam's research focuses on the gut microbiome and the immune system
bet
in
it is.
multiple sclerosis. Dr. Mangalam receives research funding from the National Institutes of Health and the Department of Veterans
make sure he
Affairs
spends money
and
with the
has
company.
financial
Yeah.
relationships with Evelo Biosciences Incorporated.
Oh fuck! I
Welcome,
want your
Dr.
envoy
Mangalam,
hour.
and thanks for being with us today.
Thanks, John. I'm really excited to be on the show and looking forward to it.
I mean, honestly, I could easily freaking
So,
tune in on like
let's
get
start
another fucking Soul
with the
Frank key
basics.
because
Why
it's not like
or
I'm using
how
them because
is
nobody's
the
giving me a
gut
damn computer yet.
microbiome important to our overall health?
Actually, that's an
Yeah,
excellent
you have that
question,
one-on-one
and I will
meeting.
give it.
I'm sure he spends money.
I'm a biologist to look at the bigger picture of things instead of asking a smaller question. So let's go back in time into human evolution, because first we need to understand that why we have a microbiome at first place, because that is the first question I asked when I started in this field. So human evolution is very nutrition centric, and it's my theory is that, and I have data to prove that when human was evolving as a species, they had two options. Either they can become a herbivore or they become a carnivore. Each one have its advantages and disadvantages, because
Have him
herbivore,
calling me daddy
you
by the
have
end of
to
it.
have a
Yo,
very big
that's what's up,
body
man.
to
That's how you do
digest
it.
this complex plant material. At the same time, and one of the example is that like biggest animal on planet.
It's
is
literally me trying to figure out how
elephant.
to get people to
And
do
even the
things for the
biggest
channel.
dinosaur
It's like,
was
fuck,
an
how do I make
herbivore.
him call me daddy
So
and throw
just to
money at the
prove my
screen?
point that you need a bigger body. However, if you become a carnivore,
And I think I'm
it
going
is
to find a way
easy
to
because
slowly
now the
start
meat has
rebranding the
protein and
channel
fat in
towards like
concentrated environment. But
discussions
the problem is
and
that it is
topics and
not very,
opinions
you
and
are not
shit
very
because I'm
successful
constantly
because
ranting
you
about things
always
or
has to
bitching
be on
about things.
tour for hunting, and you always, so you have to be very strong on for being hunted. And you know, lion, you have one, they
Like
are not
especially
very
like with MS,
socially
like watching these videos, I've
adaptable
gone on rants
creature
a few
because you have
times.
one
You
or
know, I go
two
on
animals
rants
in the
about things,
forest.
about video
So
games
if
and
you
shit
want to
like
be
that. So,
successful as a species, human realize that
it's a
they
long
need
story
best of
short,
both worlds.
and like that's a
So
whole
that's where
nother
they become an
discussion. I know you're about to go into
omnivore
a
where
meeting, so
they
I'm not
can
going to
use
take all
plant
the time with
as
that.
well as these
When you come
animal-based
back, I can
fat
tell you
or
more.
meat.
I'm
But
having
then where
internal
the
struggles right
bacteria
now.
come in, because the problem is that if you don't want a big body, what you can do is that how about you take help from these little tiny microbes which are there. So what we do is that we provide a very dark space and food we cannot digest, and these bacteria help us digest that food for us. And not only that, so you know it is always about energy. So what happened is that these little guys which are around 1 to 2% of body weight, they generate 10% of our energy. At the same time, just to give a reference,
Internal
brain,
struggles.
which is
Yeah.
1 to 2% of our body, it uses 10 to 20% of energy. So I think this is how it gets balanced
Yeah, I
between
got some
brain and
mental shit
gut,
going on.
that we these microbiome help us. So I think this was the first part, that
And
we
then of course
needed
watching all these
gut
MS videos is
bacteria
just
to help us
compounding on
digest
top
the
of that,
food.
but I said it's
But the question becomes
a lot of it
that
has to do with the channel.
why we have it, because now we have food easily accessible. We can go to McDonald's, get a good food. We don't have to worry about all those foods now. But the question, that's where it becomes, is that during human evolution, what we did is that we outsource our job to them. And best analogy to understand that is that I go, because other day I was driving my daughter's car, which is very old because I gave her, it is 15-year-old car, and she went to London. But then I realized that my new car have a blind spot mirror and lots of these features which is not there in old car. So similarly, what happened, that car first time when was invented, it was just something you go faster from point A to B. But now car have so many features. Slowly, even now you don't have to learn parking these days because our kids and just use automatic feature. So what happened during human evolution is that
Small 30-minute window in
bacteria
between.
started doing
Dude, I want
lots
to
of
talk
job
about
for
when
us, like
meetings,
fiber,
man.
sorting,
My
fatty acid,
calendar
fibrous
beginning
liver,
April, like these
producing
daytime streams
neurotransmitter,
essentially
and
will
I'm
become
sure we are
null
going to
and
come
void
back to that.
because
So put it all together, what happened
due to
is
an
that
ongoing project
there's a
of
very
trying to
symbiotic
increase
relationship
training and
between gut
retention between
microbiota and
all
us.
8 of my retail
We give them
locations.
a
I now
very
have a
dark,
meeting
dingy
scheduled
space, and they
with
love it.
every
And
employee in my
we give them
retail
food in
location,
the
which is about
form of
100
what we
people,
don't eat. But as we
all in
discuss
1 month, and
later
it's
in
going to
the
be every month.
program, that they need certain kind of
So like
food
I
to
could do day
survive.
streams, but it's going to be
And
basically 90%
why they are
VODs
very
at that
important
point,
for our health, because
which
they
I
are
can do.
integrated with human physiology, and we
But
have
nobody shows up during
outsourced
the live
lots of
stream, so
things
why
to
would they
them.
show up during the
I
VOD?
hope that give a bigger picture of why they are important.
I would say it did. You took us from prehistoric times to McDonald's. So we covered a tremendous cross section of evolution there.
Yeah.
You know, when I introduced you, I mentioned that it was trillions of bacteria that make up the gut microbiome. What determines the composition of that bacteria in our gut?
So that's again a very important question, and I think it again I will take some cues from, as I mentioned, that human evolution is very nutrition
We don't even
centric,
have main clients
and we
yet.
have these
Well, you're about to give
bacteria
them.
because they help us with mainly with digestion
You're about to take that
of
one-on-one meeting right there
undigested
and just...
plant material like complex starch and other which we cannot digest. So one of the biggest influence is
What kind of
diet,
tech is
but
it?
before that, genes. You know what we are today did not without
What are you
the
selling?
genes we have. So gene and
If you have to leave for
environment
your
are
meeting,
the
I understand.
biggest
Come
influence on it. So first thing is gene.
do whatever
which
you got to do.
basically
You know
give
how
a
to reach.
scaffold of what can be there. So some of the research in our lab is trying to understand that how genetic polymorphism help in selection of these bacteria. But
I lost track of
beyond
your
that,
rough
you know
timeline
that the
between
biggest
when you
thing
showed
which
up in your meeting.
influence
So if
them
you need to
are
disappear
diet.
from your meeting, I understand.
So geographical
Fill me in at
location, but
some point.
again,
You know how to reach me.
different
I got
geographical
questions.
location also have different diet. So it is the food we eat So these bacteria, what they need is that plant-based food. So lots of study when they compare. So like when they look at these people who have never gone to McDonald's because they live in Amazon jungle or in Tanzania where they don't have access to these, they don't have any connection with the modern world. And when they look at their microbiome, what they found that they have only two kind of microbiome, and it depended
That
on
they already
season.
sold.
One was wet season microbiome when lots of
Yeah.
plant and
Hi, Sam.
fruit and everything
Continue.
was there, and other was dry season microbiome when they can do hunting. And the biggest difference they see when they compare it with the now industrialized nation microbiome like our microbiome, they found that the microbiome we are lacking is the wet season microbiome, which have lots of these bacteria which can metabolize plant carbohydrate like fiber and lots of these compounds, polyphenols and others. So diet play an important role, but then these are the good things. What about, so nature also, people living in a countryside have a more diverse microbiome than people living in the city. So then you ask the question, what happened in the city? That why we have this? And I don't want to name, but fast food, like, lots of these. So now one thing I hope I have established that they are integrated very closely with our health, because not only they help us provide extra energy from these food, but they help us with lots of our physiological process. Like, I think we are going to discuss that later. So just give it a little illusion, like they help with our immune system development. They help us with maintaining our intestinal lining, because remember that if you want a good neighbor, you have to have a good fence. So these our intestinal lining, that's where, so that nothing comes from these lumen inside our body. These bacteria play very, very important. They help us maintain this barrier. And one thing you have to understand that we always joke about people in the gut microbiome world that we are nothing but worms. You say, what does I mean by that? So what I mean by that is that your orophycal route is the most important part of your body. If you ask a gastroenterologist, they will say that everything else, even if you don't have your hand working, you can live. But if anything happened to your gastric system, it is very difficult. It has a more pronounced effect, because anything which can affect gut microbiota can affect your health, because then these intestinal lining get affected. So when you eat a food, or you have a chemical in the environment, or you are stressed, I think we are going to come to that maybe later in more detail, they can affect negatively your microbiota. So lots of these factors, food is one of the important things, environment where we live in, stress. And I think I asked viewer to read this book called Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. And it's a beautiful book. I don't know, have you read it? But it talk about how about flight and fight response.
Why zebras don't get ulcers.
We heard
Is
from
that
David,
actually a fucking book?
and
Hold on.
he's wondering how the gut microbiome reacts, or interacts, I should say, with the rest of the body.
Oh, actually, that's what I think I was alluding to. So you can think about this as a small city.
Oh my god, it's
microbiome.
actually a fucking book.
And
This.
how they interact is that they produce these metabolites. So one of them is that certain fatty acid fiber, everybody
Wait,
knows.
it's a fucking real
but
thing.
that is the tip of the iceberg. So that is just like
Why
they
zebras
maintain the
don't
gut
get
lining.
ulcers.
Then
Third
other
edition.
thing is gut microbiome, and is that they produce
Wow.
lots of chemicals. So the largest amount of neurotransmitter which is produced in the gut, so they can talk to your brain, and we can talk about more about this gut brain axis later in the segment. But and then, like I mentioned, immune system modulation, because you know that. So again, as a species, you have two things to do. You need to reproduce so you can continue your species. And to do that in human, you have to live at least till 14 to 18 years when you reach your reproductive age. So you need a very strong defense system to keep you alive. Because remember, when you're living in the forest and suddenly you have a weak immune system, then most probably you will die. So I think gut microbiome play an important role in getting you a very perfect immune system. And how we know that? Because if you take mouse which don't have any bacteria, which we call germ-free mice, we use in our study, they don't develop a good immune system. In fact, lots of our immune cells, which is implicated in MS, like one of them which can cause pathology called TS17, don't develop until unless you have gut microbiota. And also, you don't develop the good one like peacekeeping force kind of regulatory T cells if you don't have certain bacteria. So this is just again just two example of that, but this just show that gut to putting all that together, gut microbiome produce lots of these metabolites. Through that, they interact with our system, central nervous system, our immune system, as well as everything in your body. You can think about that gut microbiota have a role, and that's why you see every day that you will see that this disease, if you cannot lose weight, gut microbiota is to blame. If you cannot sleep, gut microbiota is to blame. This just put the point is that it is so much integrated with our physiology that it is involved with everything in our body what will happen.
The connection between the gut and the brain is pretty complex, as you've been describing. Communication signals pass both ways between the digestive system and the central nervous system, and this is what you referred to a moment ago as the gut-brain axis.
Yeah.
Tell us about that connection and what researchers are learning about how it may influence MS.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. So again, I have to give you a little background on that is that, so there is central nervous system, which is our brain, we know that, brain and spinal cord. Then there is an enteric nervous system. So that nervous system is like a brain. So if you even go to lower animal, every animal, even the hydra, which is very lowest on this totem pole, has a enteric nervous system. So all animals have enteric nervous system, but mammalian are different. That we also have central nervous system, because what we did is that we divided our work. So enteric nervous system control everything when you eat. So it will control that, okay, I need to release the enzyme, I need to relieve these digestive enzyme, I need to get this gut function motility. And that's why what happened is that this system play an important role. So you can think about it this as a conductor in the orchestra, which will control all different things, including the gut microbiota, because gut microbiota play an important role. How it talk to brain? Through this vagus nerve. And that is the one of the, so then you ask that, what is CNS and what is ENS doing? So you can think about CNS is wherever that orchestra is happening, that connected managing. CNS is a manager of the whole building and the whole setup. It regulates when to switch on the light, when to switch off the light. And through this vagus nerve, they control this. So through enteric nervous system, and they communicate with that. So like we produce serotonin, which we know regulate our mood. GABA receptor, we know that, which also regulate lots of function. And then we have dopamine, which is a reward, pleasure thing. All these things is basically produced in the gut, and that's how they talk to brain, and brain also regulate. Because you remember that you are eating something and suddenly there is a danger. ENS is a voluntary system. It don't know what to do. So that's where your brain come in, that if it is a flight or fight response, it will stop the blood supply to your gut and then give it to your muscles so that you can use it to run away from them. So that's how these bacteria produce lots of metabolite, and there's a very intricate relationship between ENS and CNS, and gut microbiota play an important role in that. I hope that clarifies this axis.
Certainly does. You know, several research studies.
It clarified
including
nothing. This
work
is the second time I've heard
conducted
this
by you and your
video,
colleagues,
and
have found
granted
that
both
people
times
with
I only
MS
half pay attention, but none of it makes
often
sense.
have gut dysbiosis, an imbalance of the bacteria in their gut. How does that gut dysbiosis happen, and what role does it play in MS?
Yeah. So it's a, I would say, I was going to say million, but these days million is not much. So $1 billion question, I'll say that. And exactly we don't know what tickles these, but what we are trying to understand, and lots of experts. So first thing is that when we did cross-sectional studies, we found that gut microbiota is different in people with MS. So that's a fact which multiple studies have found. The next question it becomes that what factor have led to that? So I'll talk about some of our study and other study just in short to emphasize that point. So in our first study, we found that lots of bacteria which was lacking in MS, when they tried to find that what they do, we found that lots of these bacteria metabolize phytoestrogen. And when I started this work, I had no idea about phytoestrogen. So basically, phytoestrogens are compound. As the name suggests, phyto means plant, estrogen means estrogen-like activity. So when we eat plant-based compound, we have these molecules. So then you say that why we need bacteria if it is there? The problem is that when you eat soybean, which is like isoflavone, which is one of these compounds, the kind of estrogen have, it is a very weak agonist of estrogen receptor. What does it mean is that, put a simple sense, is that it will take 100,000 to million of these molecules to have as activity as estrogen. But that's where these gut bacteria come in. They will take these molecules and they change into smaller molecules such as equal, which now have 100 to 1,000 fold less activity. And that's how these smaller bacteria will help in these molecules. And you know, estrogen is protective because there's a trial going in West Coast. Randa Vascal is doing lots of work on that. And even when I talk to lots of MS clinicians, they have found this is that women who have early menopause get a severe form of disease. Women after menopause get a severe form of disease, and there's a relation between estrogen. So this is just one thing. But one other important point I want to bring in, that it seems from our study that there is no good or bad bacteria. It is the context. So that's why I was coming to this small city issue. Like, you can think about gut microbiota is there's a good people in a community who try to make sure that everything working properly, and different people have different function in this community. However, suddenly, let's say, and this is where it come in, what dysbiosis happen. So you know that MS is an autoimmune disease. It's basically like a civil war, because when you get infection, there is a foreign invader, you know how to deal with it. But autoimmune diseases, here your defense system is attacking your own cells. So it's like a civil war. That's what happened. So same criteria, if we look in the MS, we see that what happened in certain circumstances, the good bacteria goes away because of all this fighting. They don't like it or whatever, they goes away. Now certain bacteria which was behaving like good in presence of these, but when they saw that other people came in, they become rogue and they join their army to do whatever to please them. Because at the end of the day, it is all about food, I always say. So one of the example is Akkermansia. We are working. We found that Akkermansia, when it is present with other bacteria like Bifido, when you put on a good diet like phytoestrogen diet, it's a good bacteria. It doesn't do, but in MS patient, it always come at higher in in abundance. And there is always question that why, if it is a good bacteria, why it is increasing. We have found that when the keystone bacteria like bifidobacteria is absent, suddenly this Akkermansia change its behavior. Because ultimately at the end of the day, it wants food. So if you don't provide the good food, you become the food. So it started eating your mucin lining of your intestine. And in majority of MS patients are all dysbiotic. What happens, sequence of event is that you have a dysbiotic, means a bacteria which is not good for your health. They lead to thinning of your mucin lining, and you get a leaky gut where bacterial from your lumen go inside your body, and they can activate these immune cells as well as pass on these metabolites which can dysregulate this normal physiology. So I think that's how this biosis and multiple factor, it might be stress, it might be your gene. So think about this as this way, like if you take the whole pizza, it's something you need to get a disease. Some people might just need like whole cheese pizza, it is their genetics which put them on their environment, so you have only two slices in there. But some people might need six different slices. One is cheese, pepperoni, one is vegetable, ham. And these are different factors like smoking, stress, cesarean section versus normal delivery, So you can think about all these factors can combine to push these microbes toward this biosis. I hope that makes sense.
It does. And we heard from Josh, who wants to know whether gut dysbiosis can be reversed.
I think that's a very important question, and that's where all researchers, including me, are interested in doing. And I would say it is complicated, like life is. And it depends on individual to individual because, yes, it can be reversed. We have seen, and there are data into that. But it is going to be very individual specific because what happened is that think about again coming back to this civil war analogy. So majority of thing right now what is happening is we are trying to have a ceasefire there. Ceasefire means we have these immunomodulatory drug which is trying to induce a ceasefire. But you remember in civil war there is lots of damage has been done. So these MS patients which already damage is done, even you stop the civil war by using this ceasefire where you give immunomodulatory drug, but there are lots of destruction which happen. So how you change that? So one way is that people are trying that can you give a probiotic? So probiotic, it's like you are sending these peacekeeping forces in there. But remember this is that environment is not very conductive because there was a civil war going. So even if you send in good people, they might not have right environment to survive in there or the right kind of environment to live in there. So that's where I think, and we can discuss it in more. That's why we need more than these to change. It can be changed, but we are still trying to understand that what is the best way to change it.
There is no best diet for people living with MS, but research tells us that a healthy diet will likely improve our overall health and well-being.
Yeah.
Research studies indicate that eating certain foods, like fiber, may help mitigate gut inflammation. What are some foods that could benefit someone's gut? And conversely, what are some foods that could negatively affect the gut?
I think that's a very important question. So again, there are two parts to it. So healthy diets of all the greeny different colored vegetable, and you can eat as many as colored vegetable you can. Fiber, polyphenols, because remember that life is all about chemistry, they say. And what it happened is that when you eat lots of polyphenol, because phytoestrogen is kind of polyphenol, what happened is that you might have heard that, oh, you have lots of these oxygen free radicals which can cause you harm, oxidative environment during inflammation. So when you eat these food, not only when fiber, starch, and fatty acids, it reduces the pH because we have found that if there is not good bacteria, your fecal pH goes high because this acidic environment created by this starch and fatty acid, it don't allow lots of bad bacteria to grow in there. So I will say lots of variety of plant-based food because it will help you grow lots of these good bacteria and you need to reset it. But again, you have to remember that everybody is different. So people might have heard about Terry Walls who have this progressive MF, but by using diet, she was able to change it. But in science, n is equal to 1 does not make a good data. So what she's trying to do it in more. And last week, one of MS patient, she asked me and to meet me, and she said that she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, but only thing she has done is that change her diet, and she is eating. So coming back to this point, as long as you are eating lots of green and colorful food, so I will not say you have to just eat a specific food. It might be variety of food like plant-derived food that will help grow good bacteria. And it might take more time. And for some individual, it might take more time because if you have lost that and it is not there in
I'm
the
sure
environment,
there's ways to teleport.
maybe you need to go to an environment where you can get these, like maybe live in a green space like a countryside where the diversity of microbiota is more. So there are examples that if you follow good diet, which is plant-based diet, you can have an effect on your disease. So this is healthy. what you need to avoid, coming back to that question, and I think we might have alluded little bit to that. Anything which have a chemical in it, you have to be very careful about it. Because remember that lots of these chemicals are tested in human cells. And we found, and I'm not going to name it because it gets complicated, and if I name, but there are certain chemicals when they test on human cells, it doesn't have any effect. But now we know that chemicals can have effect on human health by these trickling these bacteria. So if certain bacteria can tickle our gut microbiota, certain chemicals, so it might be processed food, it might be sugary food, and in fact, some of the research in our lab have shown that if you eat lots of high fructose syrup, which is kind of sugar we have in lots of food these days, then it might lead to a dysbiotic gut microbiota. And this might provide a breeding ground for diseases, depending on what genetic background you have and what immune system, which side it tip over. But again, you should avoid lots of sugary drink, lots of diet which is heavy in protein and simple sugar, high fat, it is known, processed food. So if you can limit these things, it will be better for you because you can enrich your gut microbiota by eating healthy diet.
Sean has heard you discussing stress and its effect on the bacteria in our gut.
Yeah.
What are some stress management strategies that you might recommend to promote a healthy gut microbiome?
Yeah. So I think first I should tell again this, that stress, when you stress, you release cortisol, and most of the people know, and that's why I mentioned this book about why zebras don't get ulcer. Because when we were during evolution, we were living in the forest. When you see a threat, you either fight it or you flight, you run away from it. But it was a very short, like either you are done, and within 5 minutes you know what to do. Now what is happening is that we have constantly something like we have a deadline, and there is always next deadline, stress, dropping your kids to school, your kid is sick now, how you manage that, you're getting to work on time. So all this stress, what has done is that you always have this constant level of this. So how you can reduce it? Healthy lifestyle. And it is mean eating healthy food. Healthy lifestyle mean you don't need to bulk up your muscle. When I say exercise, even a moderate exercise, doing some meditation, because people have seen that meditation and exercise can release these good hormones. They can reduce these cortisol and other, which can induce stress. And you don't have to follow like you have to do yoga, tai chi, or whatever your thing is. Just follow an active lifestyle. And one thing always, in fact, people, they have found that people who live more than 100 years, one thing, they have a good social network, and these were happy people. So it doesn't hurt you if you have a good network of people, because then you can release your stress by talking to people and living a healthy lifestyle. So again, I will say good food to eat is plant-based diet, and moderation, even if you eat meat, is in moderation. Because remember, human like both omnivorous, but you have to limit your moderation, like how much you eat. And you should avoid lots of processed food or junk food, which people say. And at the same time, you should follow a healthy lifestyle, yoga, meditation, sleeping on time, because I think that's the people don't appreciate it, is that how important it is to get enough sleep, doing moderate exercise, and being happy, like finding group of friends where you can get your stress busted in whichever way you can. I hope that answered that question.
I think it did. Krista wants to know if there are signs or symptoms that indicate that there may be a problem or an imbalance with her gut health.
I think that's a very important question, because I'm really interested in that. Because pre-drome, you might have heard, because it is not that when you get MS patient to clinic, lots of symptoms have started long before they come there. And one thing we have found, that lots of people with MS mean at least 2/3, if not all of them, have a gut related issue. before they are diagnosed with the disease. In fact, one of the person I know that they went on a trip to Asian country and they got diarrhea, and after that, when they took antibiotic, and then their MS precipitated. So there is that. But what are the signs to look for it? I will say that this is too early because we don't have, excuse me, we don't have a something which we can say magic bullet that you can look at it. But I think one is the best way you can do is that make a diary. I think we never appreciate it. Now everybody have an Apple Watch or some kind of watch we can track you. We have found that if you track of your daily habit like your bowel movement, because I think that's the biggest thing is that are you having a good bowel movement? If you're not having good bowel movement, maybe it is time to go to your GI doctor or your physician to understand that what, because it might be some signal. If you have multiple infection, like you have to go to emergency multiple time, you also want to get your gut health check and see that if and meet in. I think everybody should meet their dietitian and see what are the diet they can move, because remember that everybody have a different diet, so you cannot ask people like if certain people rice is their main staple diet, you cannot ask them to not eat rice. But at the same time, what you can ask them is that reduce the portion and include certain other things. So yes, you can monitor your gut, but I think you have to watch out for this space from us as well as other researcher that is there, can you get your gut microbiota sequence? Because right now we don't have an answer, because it is not that you can label that this is a bad bacteria. What happened is that certain good bacteria under the circumstances become bad. So we are trying to find out that doing some bioinformatics analysis to find if we can find a community rather than a single bacterium, which lots of studies have done so far. So sorry for this complex answer, but right now I think you just have to watch out for little thing, especially your gut health and overall health. That what, like if you're gaining, suddenly you're gaining weight or losing weight, if you do that, it will help you with everything, not only with MS but your overall health.
Really great information today. Thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Mangalam.
So thank John for having me. I had such a fun time, and I hope I was able to answer some of the questions which will be helpful to MS community. Thank you.
Most certainly have.
Thank you.
Today's program survey has been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute to complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. Remember, a recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years. So I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions, connecting you to resources. Open enrollment is the one opportunity you get each year to make changes to your health insurance coverage. So it's especially important to understand your options and enroll in the health insurance plan that offers the best coverage for your needs at the lowest possible cost. And if you're on Medicare, There are big changes coming in 2025. Joining me to help us decipher those changes and navigate through the sometimes confusing world of health insurance is Sarah Anderson. Sarah is a pharmacist and Senior Director of Clinical Resources and Programming at the National MS Society. Welcome, Sarah. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks for having me, John. I appreciate it.
I find the best place to start these conversations is right at the beginning. So with that in mind, Sarah, what are the main sources of health insurance?
Yeah, the main sources of health insurance here in the United States are employer-sponsored plans, government programs such as Medicare and Medicaid, and we'll be diving a bit more into Medicare specifically here today. And then lastly, individual and family business plans.
What kinds of things should people consider when they're choosing a health plan? And are there any specific considerations that people living with MS should be aware of?
Yeah, these are great questions, John. So when choosing a health plan, people should consider factors like their current and anticipated health needs, the plan's network of providers, monthly premiums, deductibles, co-pays, out-of-pocket maximums, prescription drug coverage, whether their preferred doctors are considered in-network. Essentially, people want to balance the cost with the level of coverage that best suits their individual healthcare needs.
I've heard that when you're choosing a health plan, it's important to consider which providers are in network and which medications are actually covered. How would someone know that information?
Yes, those 2 points are very important when choosing a new health plan or switching health plans. People can search for their providers on the health plan website for those health plans that they're researching to determine whether their healthcare teams are considered in network. People can also call the insurance plan providers to find out whether the plans they're considering covers their specific medications. It's also important to be sure to ask about co-pays and co-insurance for filling and refilling prescriptions. And for comparing Medicare plans specifically, you can go to medicare.gov as they have a health plan finder tool that allows you to compare plans as well as compare prescription Part D drug plans.
A moment ago, I mentioned that open enrollment is a special one-time only time of year for making changes to your health insurance coverage. What exactly is open enrollment and why is it so important?
Yeah, great questions. So open enrollment for this coming year for specifically the health insurance marketplace will be from November 1st of 2024 to January 15th of 2025. However, for Medicare plans specifically, open enrollment is October 15th of 2024 to December 7th of 2024. Changes made during these open enrollment periods will take effect on January 1st of 2025. And during open enrollment, Medicare beneficiaries can switch between Medicare Advantage plans, switch from original Medicare to a Medicare Advantage plan, or vice versa, choose or change Medicare Part D prescription drug plans, as well as add or drop drug coverage. Some reasons to consider changing your plan during open enrollment includes if you have had a significant change in health status recently, if you've had a significant increase in your premiums, if you've had an increase in out-of-pocket costs for medications that you currently take, if you're moving to a new state or zip code, if your plan has been canceled, or if your healthcare team is no longer included in your plan's network.
Can you tell us how someone knows whether they're eligible for Medicare and then how do they go about signing up?
Yeah, great question. So, eligibility for Medicare depends on a number of factors, including age, citizenship status, and whether you receive Social Security benefits. So, most people are eligible for Medicare 3 months before turning the age of 65, as well as up to 3 months after. You must be a U.S. citizen or permanent resident. If you receive or are eligible for Social Security benefits, you may be automatically enrolled in Medicare Part A at age 65. You also may be eligible for Medicare earlier if you have a disability. If you or your spouse worked long enough in a government job or paid Medicare taxes, you may be eligible for Medicare Part A. And if you have been married for at least 1 year to someone who is at least 62 years of age and who has worked long enough to qualify for Medicare, you may be eligible based on your spouse's work history. But for more information and to look at eligibility criteria and potentially sign up for Medicare, you can visit medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Starting in 2025, Medicare will offer 2 new benefits that will be of special interest to people living with MS. First, Medicare participants won't have to pay more than $2,000 per year out of pocket for their Part D drugs. And second is the Medicare prescription payment plan. Sarah, who's eligible for this $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket drug costs, and how do they receive that benefit?
Great. Yeah, great question. In 2025, everyone enrolled in Medicare prescription drug coverage, so anyone who has a Part D plan, either through Original Medicare Part D or a Medicare Advantage Part D plan, will have their out-of-pocket costs capped at $2,000 for those medications that are covered specifically under Part D.
Can you explain what the Medicare prescription payment plan is and how it would benefit someone with MS?
Sure. So the Medicare prescription payment plan allows you to spread out your out-of-pocket costs for Medicare Part D drugs into monthly payments, making it easier to manage high drug costs and stick to your treatment plan.
Whitney tells us she's heard about these changes, but doesn't know which Medicare part she has. As it relates to her MS treatment, what's the difference between Medicare Part B and Medicare Part D?
Excellent question. So Medicare Part D covers most medications that you can take at home, including oral pills and self-injectable medications. So many MS disease-modifying therapies do fall within those categories of being an oral medication or a self-injectable medication that people get at their pharmacy or get shipped to them directly to take at home. Part B, however, generally covers medications that a person would receive at a doctor's office, a hospital, or infusion center that's administered by a healthcare professional.
Caroline says she's currently receiving her disease-modifying therapy by infusion, but she's planning to switch to an oral medication at her next visit with her neurologist. Now, would joining the prescription payment plan now be a good move for her, even though she's not currently taking the applicable medication?
Yeah, so an individual can elect to participate in the Medicare prescription payment plan at any time during the plan year, and anyone enrolled in a Part D plan who thinks they would benefit from the Medicare prescription payment plan can opt in and sign up for the program either during the open enrollment period or again at any point throughout the plan year.
Henry's wondering if there's an extra cost to join the prescription payment plan.
There isn't any extra cost to take part in the Medicare prescription payment plan. One can leave the program anytime, but if you do leave the program, you will need to pay any remaining balance that you may have for your prescription drugs throughout the plan year. If you do miss a payment and have not paid the amount owed within 2 months of the due date, your plan can remove you from the Medicare prescription payment plan and will send you a notice of disenrollment.
Cornelius is planning his family's budget for next year, and he's wondering if this prescription payment plan will help reduce his drug costs over time.
Unfortunately, no. This option can help you manage your monthly budget, but it doesn't reduce or lower your drug costs. So it's not a drug discount program, but rather is meant to help manage costs throughout the year and allow someone to budget on a month-by-month basis the costs of their medications throughout the year, rather than paying one lump sum at the pharmacy when they're receiving their medication.
Keisha says she's on the fence. Her MS has been stable and she's managing it well by taking a low-cost generic medication. She says she really doesn't know if this payment option is the right choice for her.
Yeah, so she might want to consider participating in the Medicare prescription payment plan if she has a hard time paying her out-of-pocket drug costs all at once. If she paid over $2,000 in out-of-pocket costs in the first 9 months of last year. If she's ever had a single prescription cost of at least $600. You are not eligible for programs that would significantly reduce your out-of-pocket costs. You would want to budget and spread your out-of-pocket costs throughout the year. Reasons it might not be a good fit include if your yearly drug costs are low or stay the same each month, if you plan to sign up later in the year, if you prefer to keep paying for drugs the same way that you do now, if you qualify for extra help from Medicare, such as a Medicare savings program, or if you get help paying for your drugs from other programs like a state pharmaceutical assistance program, a coupon program, or have other complementary health coverage.
Tobin's MS medications are expensive, and unfortunately, he doesn't qualify for any additional programs, so he's planning to participate in the prescription payment plan. What can he expect?
In 2025, his out-of-pocket costs for Medicare Part D drugs would be capped at $2,000. And when he fills a prescription for a Part D drug, he wouldn't pay anything at the pharmacy. Instead, his drug plan would send him a bill every month based on his prescriptions and what he owes. So his monthly bill may change if he gets new prescriptions or refills existing ones, since there will be fewer months left in the year to spread out the payments. But if you want to know what a drug will cost, you can check with your health plan either on their website or by calling the health plan phone number, or by asking your local pharmacist, or getting in touch with one of our National MS Society MS navigators.
Spencer wants to know where she can find additional information and support in making her decision here. So are there any resources available to help her?
Yeah, definitely. So again, contacting one of our MS navigators. So if you go to the National MS Society website and type in navigator, you'll be directed to a navigator-specific webpage with all of their contact information listed. In addition, you can visit Medicare.gov. That website allows you to learn more about how this new plan might be an option for you and how it could affect you or benefit you. There's also the SHIP website, which stands for State Health Insurance Assistance Program. They offer free health insurance counseling at shiphelp.org, which is SHIPHELP.org. So those are some great resources to get people started with researching this topic.
Ryan says he's a little confused about the timeline here. Is participating in the prescription payment plan only available during open enrollment, or can he join anytime?
Yeah, individuals enrolled in Medicare Part D plans can join this Medicare prescription payment plan anytime during the year. So it's available outside of just the open enrollment plan in order for someone to opt in and sign up.
And how does he go about signing up?
Yes, he can go to the health plan's website or call the health plan, and the phone number for that is on the back of their membership card. Also, they can look at the Medicare.gov website as well. There's information on how to sign up there as well.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing some helpful and very timely insights about how to best take advantage of some of the changes we're going to see in Medicare in 2025. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use?
Yes, so I think top Takeaways from today's talk is in 2025, the prescription drug out-of-pocket price will be capped at $2,000 for Part D drugs. Again, drugs that you take at home and which are not given in a doctor's office or infusion center. And then lastly, the new program, the Medicare Prescription Payment Plan, is going to be available, which it is not a discount plan, but is a way to help manage costs throughout the year via monthly payments. Just a reminder that you must opt in and sign up for the Medicare Prescription Payment Plan through your Medicare Part D or Medicare Advantage plan. And to learn more, always feel free to contact one of our MS navigators or search Medicare on the National MS Society website for additional information.
Well, thanks for being with us today, Sarah.
Thanks for having me, John.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute to complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks again for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Currently, I serve on the MS Society's Community Review of MS Research Committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people with MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. MS occurs most commonly in adults. Joining me to talk about how MS can affect adolescents and how to manage MS as a family is Dr. Ann Ye. Dr. Ye is a professor of pediatric neurology at the University of Toronto and the director of the MS and Neuroinflammatory Disorders Program and Fellowship Program at the University of Toronto's Hospital for Sick Children, known as Sick Kids. Dr. Ye is also a senior scientist and co-director of clinical trials at the Sick Kids Research Institute. Welcome, Dr. Ye. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, how common is MS in adolescents, and what are the early signs and symptoms to look for?
Well, it's uncommon in adolescence. We know that neuroinflammation or demyelination in children occurs in about 1 in 100,000 kids. But if you think about it in terms of MS as a whole, it occurs in about 10% of people who eventually have the diagnosis of MS.
Teenagers experience significant mental, emotional, and physical growth during adolescence. So how does MS affect their development in these important areas?
That's such an important question, John, and I appreciate your asking that. You know, getting a diagnosis of chronic illness, of course, is a big deal for teenagers and for anyone that that receives the diagnosis. And so it's not surprising to know that that depression and fatigue are common in kids with MS in the same way that it's common in the adult population. We found that about a third of kids have symptoms of depression, and that even more experience symptoms of fatigue. In terms of development, we know that depression and fatigue increase through time, and that can affect interactions with peers and other social development, potentially. But as well, what we know about MS in terms of the physical is that while kids with MS don't actually have a lot of motor disability. You know, some people think about MS and think immediately about motor disability. There's not a whole lot of motor disability, but there is worry about learning and cognition that occurs. And there are people who have studied this around the world that have found that that there is a greater effect on cognition in people who have pediatric onset MS than on adult onset MS. It's a super important thing to think about.
What treatments are available for adolescents with MS, and are they different from those treatments that are available for adults?
Yeah, so this is also a really important question because what we all need to recognize, or we all do recognize in the MS field now, is that the disease MS is the same thing in adults and in children, especially in the adolescent period. And because of that, all MS therapies, disease-modifying therapies, are being used around the world for kids with MS. On the other hand, the number that are approved by the FDA is much smaller in number because it's incredibly difficult to meet the high bar that the FDA requires for approval. So there are two sides to that. There are only a small number of therapies, actually only one therapy that's been approved in the US for use with children, but all of the therapies are being used and many are being studied in trials.
Are there any specific healthy habits that adolescents with MS should focus on to help manage their symptoms?
Yeah, there are a number of healthy habits that could make a big difference to kids and adolescents with MS. We have been very interested in physical activity and exercise for quite some time, and literature in the adult MS population and in other children with chronic illnesses, and our own work looking at kids with MS has pointed to marked benefits of physical activity. Exercise being that stuff that makes your heart beat hard, makes you sweat, is a particular benefit. And there have been studies that have shown neuroprotective effects, remyelinating effects, and effects on things that we just talked about, depression, fatigue, and those types of things.
I'm going to circle back to that physical activity in just a couple of moments, but and you've actually started to answer my next question already. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about mental health concerns that adolescents with MS might face.
Oh, absolutely. And this is something that we see a lot in our clinical population. It's one of those hidden things because, people often think about the teenage years as a difficult time anyway, a time when emotions go up and down in any child. What we've found is that depression, and I think I mentioned this earlier, depression is actually higher in our population than in the other teenagers that we deal with and teenagers that don't have MS. So depression and mental health concerns are a big issue for the kids that we take care of.
Since you mentioned physical activity, I think we should talk a little bit more about that. What types of physical activity might be recommended for adolescents with MS, especially activities that can help with depression and anxiety?
Yeah. So, what I like to say is that any physical activity is good. So, people in general know about the benefits of exercise. It's written about in the newspapers all the time, and there's so many different benefits of exercise. But it can be a scary thing for people. So, people that haven't been doing a lot of activity, and kids as well, may not have that self-confidence to go out and say run 5 miles on the day that someone makes a recommendation. So if I, as a doctor, have someone visit me in clinic and say, well, what should I do? And if I said something like, oh, you got to exercise, why don't you start running 5 miles a day? That's a recipe for not having success, right? And so my recommendation is really to get up and move, find ways to move, find ways to walk someplace rather than taking transit. Use active transit as a start, because in reality, when experimental models have been done to look at where we might find benefits, most of the large benefit is when you get your heart rate up, when you're doing that vigorous activity. But the way to get there is to condition yourself to like it, first of all, enjoy yourself, and to start with baby steps.
Physical activity and nutrition often go hand in hand. How does obesity affect adolescents with MS, and how can good nutrition help manage their symptoms?
Yeah. So, this is a very, I would say, an important topic, and one that is there's not enough knowledge about. So there have been some studies that have looked at associations between obesity and the outcome of MS, whether or not you actually get a diagnosis of MS. They've suggested that that higher body mass index associates with a higher likelihood of getting MS. But the challenge is when you look at nutrition studies, it's very hard to know what the elements are, because you can have a high BMI, but have a lot of activity and actually be quite healthy. So what I like to talk about, and it's I think it's a very challenging conversation to have, around weight, because I think in many ways, when you focus too much on weight, people develop poor habits like starvation and things that may be not so good for mental health. So what I think the important thing to focus on is healthy foods and being active, and also increasing your self-efficacy for getting out there and moving. Studies that have looked at foods have looked at things like, vegetable content and saturated fat content, and they suggest more vegetables and less saturated fat could be important, but these are, again, very, very hard things to study.
Well, we know physical activity is important. Let's talk about what might get in the way. What are some of the common barriers that adolescents with MS face in participating in physical activity?
Well, first of all, one of the biggest barriers is having someone to, having MS means that you're not going to have friends or things like that. But we found that having a network of kids or network of friends that is getting out there doing things is conducive to actually increasing activity. So I think a barrier for any child is that having people around, or the lack of people around to do things with. But the other thing that we've been looking at recently is whether or not where you live, meaning whether you've got green space around you, there's a lot of traffic around you, some of those environmental things that could make a difference. And what we found is that if you have more, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but it's really just to emphasize the point. If you've got more green space around you, if you have access to facilities, you're more likely to use them. So access to green space is really important. And then, and the other thing is access to not necessarily programming, but if you live in a place where, say, it's not safe outside and you don't have green space, if there were access to places to go where you could be physically active, that is that's something that could increase your activity.
You know, as we were talking, we heard from Sandra. Sandra tells us that her teenage daughter spends a lot of time on her phone, therefore doesn't have time for much exercise.
Yes.
What strategies have been shown to support teenagers and their families in becoming more active?
Yeah, so this is really important. We've got so many things to do now that we have phones. We get to our phones have sort of taken over our lives in terms of scrolling and needing to know the next piece of news. So what we've done in our program is we've developed an app that we're testing right now, which creates a sort of a motivational setting. It's a theory-based app which connects kids with coaches. It provides educational modules about physical activity and exercise, and it actually provides some examples of things that could be fun to do to increase activity. So that's one way of increasing activity, using a remote thing. We've got phones anyway, and kids like to use phones. To increase activity through something that maybe kids are interested in anyway. That particular app is used with a activity tracker that's wrist-based, and we think that it's appealing. The kids that have used it have found it to be appealing.
Very often, a teen who's living with MS doesn't know any other teens who are living with MS.
Mm-hmm.
How important is it for young people with MS and their families to connect with others who are in similar situations? And how do they find that support?
Yeah, so that's such an important question. You're asking such great questions today. So often it depends on the teen. Some teens take a little time and would rather, talk to people that don't have the same diagnosis. But a lot of families we know and a lot of kids we know actually do want to meet other people. And it is, you're absolutely right, it's very, very challenging. And the reasons are that when something, it's relatively rare and people may not know someone else in their neighborhood that lives near them. We have teen nights that help kids connect with each other. The National MS Society has all kinds of ways of teens connecting with one another and being able to ask questions. And so those are two avenues for people to get to meet other people. I would encourage anyone with MS to look up the local MS Society, whether it's the National MS Society in the US and Canada. I'm in Canada, and Canada is MS Canada, to find out which links there are, because the kids that I take care of really find these things to be incredibly beneficial and to provide social support.
You recently co-authored research on the benefits of physical activity for depression and fatigue in multiple sclerosis. Can you tell us about your research and why it's important to understand that relationship between physical activity, fatigue, and depression in adolescents with MS?
Yeah, we have a number of papers that have looked at those relationships, and what we found is that that it only takes a little bit of extra physical activity to reduce levels of fatigue and depression, or to associate with lower levels of fatigue and depression in the kids that we take care of. So what we found was that one bout, we used questionnaires, which ask kids how many bouts of physical activity, 15-minute bouts of physical activity they did per week, and it turned out that really it just took one extra bout of physical activity to move the needle 1 point on the fatigue or depression scale. That's, you know, it may not seem to be that much to us. It's a big deal if you're not doing a whole lot, but it's not giant, like you know, having to go for 2 hours to move the needle. It's really just a small amount that will increase, we think will increase mood and improve fatigue.
In your research, you talk about pediatric onset multiple sclerosis and monophasic acquired demyelinating syndromes, or mono-ADS. Can you explain the difference between the two?
Yeah, sure. And thanks for asking that question. So, children with monophasic demyelinating syndromes, or we call them mono-ADS, are kids who have one event of neuroinflammation, and it usually occurs at quite a young age. They might have something like inflammation of the optic nerve, or they might have an episode of inflammation of the brain or of the spinal cord, but it goes away, and it never comes back. So that's the word. That's why it's the monophasic. And acquired demyelinating syndromes means that it's not a genetic or other syndrome. So that's monophasic demyelinating syndromes. And what happens to most of the kids that have monophasic events is that they have their event, and then they go on to not have further events, and are very close to healthy children in that they don't seem to have the same depression, fatigue, and other symptoms that we have found in MS.
What might account for the higher rate of depressive symptoms in youth with pediatric onset MS compared to those with mono-ADS?
You know, a lot of people have asked the question of whether this has something to do with the actual with MS itself, both in the adult and pediatric populations. So there's a possibility it is related to the disease itself. And the second possibility is that it's related to the life situation of having a chronic illness. There may be accompanying anxiety that comes with receiving a diagnosis, a serious diagnosis. Sometimes it relates to being reminded of the diagnosis and the disease by taking a medication frequently, or being worried that one is going to have another neurologic event in the future. So there are many reasons why the rates are higher in the pediatric population. I think we need to learn more about that in the future.
Your research has really shed some great light on adolescents who are living with MS and how they might best be treated. How can healthcare providers use that research when they're treating adolescents with MS or other demyelinating conditions?
Yeah, I think if we if we want to think about the kinds of things that we've looked at in terms of physical activity, I think the first thing to do, because I will say that most families that come to us in clinic have as the first question, is there something that we can do to change things? And so the first thing I would say is offer a supportive hand, take away any sense of blame or guilt that families have. And then second, try to offer some simple and achievable goals with regards to the everyday activities that people can do, and to provide support and social support to the kids that are trying to start up these physical activity and to changing their say, their everyday habits in terms of diet, to provide the environment that is conducive to a positive outcome, meaning baby steps, being supportive, doing the same thing, changing one's own habits to demonstrate support and to set an example. Those are the simple things I think people can do.
Well, you shared a lot of great information and some important insights about adolescents who are living with MS. What would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember and to use?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So I would say number 1 would be remember about the symptoms that associate with MS, such as depression, fatigue, and the other problems such as cognitive issues that very frequently will accompany adolescents in MS. The second is that there is a way to make a difference, and there is a way to do this in a supportive way. So we feel that physical activity makes a huge difference to the kids we're taking care of. So encourage physical activity. And number 3 would be provide the support and think about the things that can help improve those physical activity practices rather than just prescribing it.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions, and thank you, Dr. Ye, for being with us today.
Thank you. I really appreciate your asking such great questions and including me in this program.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigators are your best partners when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. For information and resources on MS, please be sure to visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups and MS Friends. You'll hear about ways that you can get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Dr. Ye for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming programming topics on the National MS Society's website. Now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. And on Twitch, you can find that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Dr. Ann Ye and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering those questions, connecting you to resources. Grieving is a normal response to any loss, including those losses you might experience or associate with living with MS. In many ways, grief is a negative experience, but grief also allows us to survive change. For people with MS, grieving can play an important role in reevaluating and sometimes reprioritizing life. Joining me today to discuss healthy grieving is Dr. Holly Hendon, a faculty physician and psychiatrist at St. Joseph's Hospital Medical Group Outpatient Behavioral Health in Phoenix, Arizona. Welcome, Dr. Hendon, and thanks for being with us today.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate this chance to talk to you about grief and the grief process and how that sometimes shows up in the lives of people who have been diagnosed with MS. So thank you.
Well, let's start with the definition. How do you define grief, and how does it differ from other feelings like sadness or loss?
Yeah, for me, and I think for many people, grief is separate, although it can certainly involve sadness. It is usually described as a complex set of emotions that arise in the loss of someone or something that is very important to us, usually someone or something that is very key in our lives, in our identities. And the emotions that arise with grief can be so complex, tumultuous. They can include sadness and anxiety and shame and anger, and it's just a host of emotions in response to loss.
I know grief always feels very personal, but is there a typical way that people experience grief?
Yeah, I would say, grief is such a human emotion. It really is. It's an emotion that arises usually when we lose someone or something, as I said, that was part of our identity, but also someone or something that we loved very dearly. And so, as with love, there is no one course that could really describe everybody's love journey. There is no one course that could really describe everybody's grief journey. It's so personal. Some people have tried to make sense of it by creating kind of an outline, like Elizabeth Kubler-Ross came up with this idea in the 60s and 70s when she was trying to think about the stages that somebody might go through when they're dying. And then she later translated that to the stages maybe people would go through when they were grieving. And I would say it's nice to think about it in her way because it does provide a little bit of a handle to kind of jump into the discussion of grief. In some ways, grief can be like a dream. It's very difficult to describe when you try to put words to dreams. You often think, oh, that wasn't quite right. I could say the words, but that's not really what I experienced. And grief can be the same way. So Elizabeth Kubler-Ross said there was this process that people go through, different emotions. They start with denial, move into anger, bargaining, depression, and then finally acceptance. I think it really makes sense when you think about maybe somebody going through the dying process, because acceptance generally does come at the very end of life. In the grieving process, it's so iterative. It really is kind of like you could be angry, then you could be sad, then you could feel like you're accepting everything, then it starts all over again. So I feel like grief there are some hallmarks of it in terms of what it is and how people move through it. But at the same time, paradoxically, there is no one way to grieve. And I would say, even though we're not talking about, we're talking about grief and MS, but even grief in the face of the loss of a loved one, sometimes people just feel numb, and that numbness, that's not denial, that's just numbness, it's protection. So yeah, very, very varied.
At the time someone is diagnosed with MS,
Yeah.
They've probably experienced some MS symptoms,
Yeah.
but they haven't necessarily experienced any loss yet.
Yeah.
So, why might someone experience grief at the time they're diagnosed?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's so interesting because I would say that the grief is the grief for the imagined the imagined future self, and what that future, held for the individual, whether it was, professional or love or family. I think we're so good as humans at telling ourselves stories. And in some ways, it is that the shock of the diagnosis and the uncertainty of the diagnosis, and then the uncertainty of the future, and then the stories that we tell ourselves. Oh my gosh, now I'm never going to, be able to have children, or I'm never going to be happy again, or I'm never going to find someone who wants to marry me, or the person I'm married to isn't going to want to stay with me. It's the grief that surrounds those stories that we tell ourselves about our imagined future self and our imagined future lives. And I don't think it's unhealthy. I think that it is natural and normal to experience that, but I think it's always helpful to have somebody to kind of ground you in the reality of the situation, which is you are still yourself. You still have a beautiful future ahead of you. There's so much to look forward to, but I think it's hard in the moment. It's just such a shock, really, like a death. And then all of the stories that we tell ourselves.
Zoe tells us she was just diagnosed with MS and she wants to get a second opinion. Now, is that different from being in denial about that diagnosis?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a great question. So, denial is often the unwillingness to believe or engage with something. And so, with the diagnosis of MS, I would say denial would be that she just leaves the medical community altogether and says, "Nope, I don't have MS. I'm going to go back to the way I was living my life," and then proceed from there. I feel like, everybody is entitled to, and I encourage people to feel empowered to take control of their medical journey as much as possible. So with my patients, I really, really want them to trust me enough to be vulnerable with me, to trust me enough to listen to the things that I have to say. But if that trust isn't there, or if they are worried that I'm, that maybe there are other people out there that have different opinions or, diagnoses or offer different treatments than me, I always say it never hurts my feelings. And hopefully all doctors feel this way. It's not something I take personally, because I'm here to serve my patients. And so as a patient, I want people to be able to really feel like they're getting all of the information, and I want them to feel like they trust their doctor. So in this scenario, I would say a second opinion could be many things, but in my mind, a second opinion really highlights this idea of like, I don't really trust what this person is saying to me for whatever reason, because I don't want to believe it, or maybe because I was rushed through this appointment and I didn't get to have all my questions answered, or because it just didn't feel right to me. And so I feel like seeking out a second opinion can sometimes be a really wonderful way to find a provider that you really resonate with, that you really trust enough to be vulnerable with, because it's so important in the medical journey. Yeah.
After Camilla was diagnosed with MS, she says her faith was tested. Her prayers were all about trying to make a deal with a higher power to rid herself of MS. Now, what are some strategies Camilla could use to reconcile her faith with her new reality and navigate this bargaining phase of grieving while continuing to value her beliefs?
Yeah, for sure. I would say that, unfortunately, bargaining usually does not turn out very well, especially in the face of something like death, dying, or a disease. It's just There is no way to bargain your way through it. MS is at this point not a disease that can be cured, but it can certainly be mitigated for many, many people by seeking out care, and then also by engaging with things like prayer, meditation, community, hope. I would say that engaging with your higher power, if that's something that really has been meaningful for you throughout your life, and has brought you community and a sense of calm and peace, actually is really, really good for your body, because anything that is calming for your body also helps really relieve a lot of the stress and tension that comes from our everyday lives of being human. So I think it's wonderful to have prayers, to have hope, community, faith. All of that is a really wonderful thing. It's just unfortunately not something that will help cure a disease. But if you are able to, really say to yourself, there is a piece of higher power, whatever your idea of higher power or healer within me, and I can't cure the things that are happening in my body, but I can try as much as possible to heal them, then I think that's the beginning of a good journey. Not, will you get rid of this for me, but how can I help myself heal as much as I can? Yeah.
Richard has lived with progressive MS for almost 2 decades, and he tells us he still bounces between anger and depression about his diagnosis. How long does it usually take someone to reach that final stage of grief and feel that sense of acceptance?
Well, unfortunately, I feel like, grief is, as I mentioned earlier, a really unique journey for everybody. And some people never get to that true place of acceptance. It just, unfortunately, doesn't arrive. And I think that anger and depression are valid emotions. They usually tell us that something in our life is not going the way that we want it to. In this case, if it's anger and depression about MS, then I would say there are ways to help move through and into, even though it sounds strange, I would encourage people to kind of really lean into the negative emotions, not try to push them away, not try to rush into a sense of acceptance. You don't have to say, oh, well, I'm just going to be angry and depressed forever. It's not that. It's that you really allow yourself to feel the negative emotions, the sadness, the grief, like we're talking about, just like this really feels very sad to me, and that's okay. Giving yourself that compassion and that ability to feel. If it's too difficult, which it can be for many, many people, there are professionals out there who really want to help. People like me, psychiatrists, there are therapists, sometimes family members. But I would say that trying to rush to some sort of finish line of acceptance is not possible, and also usually backfires. When we suppress negative emotions, they almost always come back, and they tend to come back a little stronger. So if we can find a way to accept the grief, accept the depression, accept the anger, and try to find a way to move into it, that's the way that we actually move through it. It sounds paradoxical. It's not easy. I'm not saying that this is an easy journey, but it is the way through. Yeah.
I want to circle back to that idea of leaning into the negative emotions in just a moment. But I want to ask you about a listener, Carlos, who said after he was diagnosed, he found himself imagining like an idealized version of what his life would have been versus how it is.
Yeah.
He feels that MS has robbed him of his potential. So what are some ways that Carlos can move through his grief and focus on his future?
Yeah. I would say that, you asked me earlier, how is grief different from sadness or depression or loss? And I would say one of the really beautiful things that grief can offer us, even though it is very, very difficult, is that grief can really be transformational if we allow it to be. It doesn't always go that way. For some people, it's very difficult, too difficult, and for many people, too difficult to do alone. So that's, when you really want to reach out to friends, family, community, support groups, your doctors, your therapist, for the help and support to really start to think of that idealized version of yourself, to really allow yourself to grieve. I mean, it's a real thing. Stories that we tell ourselves become real because we have told ourselves those stories. So I would say really, I would encourage people to really start to walk it back and say, MS has not changed who I am at my core. I am not all the things that I did. I am myself, and I have so much to offer as a human being. Kindness, love, compassion, empathy, creativity. Maybe you write poetry. Maybe you are an appreciator of art. Maybe you know everything there is to know about Volkswagens. And these are things that are still part of you that you can still share. So even though it feels like your identity has been robbed or your future has been robbed, I would say that the real way through that is to really find the meaning and purpose of your life. And it doesn't have to be this big thing of like, the meaning and purpose was that I was going to be a doctor, and now I can't do that because I can't go to school. And it could be the meaning and purpose of my life is that I really want to engage with MS. I really want to find the best way through that. I really want to be the person that can sit with my negative emotions. I want to learn how to practice mindfulness. I want to watch every movie that there is on a certain topic. Meaning and purpose is so unique and individual that it can come from so many different places. You can still be an activist, a volunteer, a doctor, a lawyer. You are still yourself. You are yourself with MS. And that is a beautiful thing. It can be transformational. And I don't want to candy coat MS or grief and say it's this easy thing and, oh, yay, what a gift. But it can. Going through a hard journey is always, always transformational. So look back at all the hard things that you have gone through already and think about all the ways that you have already transformed. I like to think, I know maybe it's cliche, but it's kind of like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. Like there is a really messy, kind of gross phase of a chrysalis. And I mean, everything about that caterpillar has to dissolve. And it's just, it's not pretty, but there is a transformation into a butterfly. And so as much as possible, think about your own life in that transformational way and finding meaning, purpose, connection, love, and remembering that at your core, you have meaning and that you are still the same you from before the diagnosis.
Harriet tells us that experiencing a relapse has forced her to slow down.
Yeah.
And she's come to realize that she's been suppressing her negative feelings about having MS.
Yeah.
And this is a question you've actually already started to answer.
Yeah.
So why is it important for Harriet to honestly acknowledge where she's at?
Yeah, I mean, MS and the nature of MS, especially if you have the relapsing remitting form, is really you will experience that grief over and over again, and negative emotions that you thought maybe you had already moved into the acceptance phase will come back again and again if you are not honestly saying to yourself, I am going to experience the sadness. I am going to think about the loss any negative emotions that are coming up, I'm going to be present for them, and I am going to allow them to be with me so that I can move in and through this journey, either the one that's, right now, or the bigger journey of life. And I would say, it's okay to recognize that we need help, and it is okay to ask for help. And sometimes we feel like I'm just going to do this by myself and nobody understands and nobody could really help me. But a lot of times the way in and through the negative emotions is with the help of others, with community, with honest conversations, with one of the ways that we suppress emotions is really by avoiding them. And that avoidance really shelters us, it protects us, and we feel good in the moment that we're not experiencing sadness, loss, anger, depression. But it also blocks true connection with ourselves and with others. And I really believe that connecting with self and others is the way to move into this transformation that of who am I? What is my purpose? How can I live my life to the fullest? What do I still want? Life is precious. It really is. If you've ever lost a loved one, it's really shocking sometimes that life is so precious and so finite, and none of us know when the end is coming. So knowing that, what do I want today to look like? What do I want my life to be like? And how do I make that happen? And if you need support from your doctors, from your community, from your loved ones, to find the strength to encourage to ask for it.
Jonathan says confronting his feelings, it's just too painful.
Yeah.
You'd rather not think about them. You'd rather just ignore them.
Yeah.
But how can that strategy work against Jonathan in the long run?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of experts in trauma really believe that when we suppress emotions, they don't go away. They land somewhere in our body, and they continue to kind of remind us on a daily basis of the things that we are trying to suppress. Yes, negative emotions are difficult and they're painful. And if they are too much to bear, I would say that there are medications out there that can kind of soften some of the negative emotions. They won't take them away, but they soften them to a point where you actually start to think, you know what? I think I got this. Like, I think I can sit with this. I can sit with this for now. I can ask for help. And then you start to say, maybe I don't need these medications. Maybe I don't need this dose. Maybe I can sit with just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And then you can move through them. If you're not a medication person, then there are things like meditation, which is designed to do something similar, which is to give you a sense of, in this moment, I have this. Like, I got this. I can sit with the negative emotions for this amount of time. Next time, this amount of time, this amount of time. And then you move through them. But I would say that you do need to ask for help. That's the hardest part. It really is taking that first step of, I think I need help. This is too much for me. And I've always been such an independent person. Why can't I just muscle my way through this? And it's just not the way that emotions work. They can't be muscled through, unfortunately.
Grief can also be accompanied by feelings of loneliness.
Yeah.
And Leona says she's lived with MS for 5 years, and she sometimes struggles with the quiet of everyday life.
Yeah.
Now, is loneliness something that can be diagnosed or treated with medication?
Yeah, unfortunately, I would say loneliness, kind of like MS, can be a very invisible disease. People could be surrounded by friends, coworkers, loved ones, and still feel lonely. It's not a disease that could be diagnosed or treated with medication, but it can be treated with connection. And again, as I mentioned earlier, suppression of emotions can often lead to this sense of protecting ourselves, but then it creates a barrier between ourselves and our loved ones. And that's why you could be right next to somebody that you love and who loves you, and still feel lonely. And it's only with this kind of opening up of honest conversations. I'm scared you don't love me. I'm scared you are going to leave me. I feel like I'm a burden. Can you be on this journey with me? Can I ask you for help? With a close loved one, making you feel lonely and isolated. And then if you are truly isolated in that you do have a quiet day-to-day life and you don't have friends, family, coworkers, then it is a little bit of a wake-up call, or a bird song to let you know that now is the time to start reaching out. There are support groups. There are other types of groups out there, people who love to read, people who love board games, people who like to cook. Join the groups that you think could create connections for you. And I would say, don't be afraid to bring up loneliness and grief to your doctors and ask, what is available? What resources are available for me? And then start to take those steps. And that's really the medication for loneliness, is connection.
I've heard you mention the value of asking for help a couple of times.
Yeah.
We heard from Adam, who says he doesn't want to admit to his friends or family that he is lonely. He's afraid it will make him look weak. So how can Adam have those conversations without feeling shame?
Yeah, I would say, loneliness is very pervasive. As I mentioned before, even the people who don't, to our eyes, appear to be lonely because they appear to be surrounded by people that love them and that they love. Loneliness is a feeling, and we can never truly know the feelings of another person. So the first step is recognizing that you would be shocked at how many people feel lonely, and that in opening up to others, you will almost certainly start to hear other people feel lonely. The mind exercise that I sometimes have my patients do is to imagine that your friend or loved one is coming to you and saying to you, I feel lonely, but I've felt so ashamed to bring this up because I didn't want to appear weak. How would you respond to them? Would you tell them, ugh, you're so weak? That's terrible. What a terrible person. No, you would never say that to them. We are often the worst critics to ourselves. We are our own worst enemy for the most part. So, and shame is something that only grows when it's kept quiet. So the first thing about shame is we turn a light on it. We see what it is. We name it. Loneliness, shame, and then we start to seek out honest conversations where we ask others for help. It's not weak. It's actually the bravest, strongest thing that you could do. Often, it takes the unimaginable strength to take that first step and say, I need help. That is strength. That really is strength. Yeah.
Well, you've shared some valuable insights about a subject that isn't discussed nearly enough.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use for themselves?
Yeah, I would say the top takeaway is that you are not alone. MS can create a host of emotions, grief, loneliness, and you are not alone in what you are feeling. So if you could seek out community, if you could seek out connection, if you can take that first step and ask for help, you will really, the future you is already thanking you for that step. They really are. They are saying thank you for being strong and asking for help, building community, building connection, starting to talk about the hard stuff. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank everyone for submitting some outstanding comments and questions, and thank you, Dr. Hendon, for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. For information and resources on MS, please be sure to visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups and MS Friends. You'll hear about ways to get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that I start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Dr. Hendon for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey into the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description, and on Twitch, you can find that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Dr. Holly Hendon and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions and connecting you to resources. Research has shown that expressive therapies like dance and movement therapy, music therapy, and art therapy can help promote self-efficacy, emotional well-being, and motor control in people living with MS. Dr. Francois Bétu joins us today to discuss the benefits of integrating dance and movement therapy, music therapy, and art therapy into your treatment plan to help manage your MS symptoms and enhance your well-being. Dr. Bétu is the chairman of the Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation at the Cleveland Clinic Neurological Institute and the medical director of the Cleveland Clinic.
Alright guys, it is almost 3 o'clock. I do need a rest, so I appreciate everybody that hung out, if you're even hanging out. I know this isn't like the most exciting thing in the world, but since you guys aren't paying my bills, I do have to work. So, we're going to end stream here. It's almost 3 o'clock. I need to take a rest because my daughter is still hell-bent on going to the park, and then we still have Taekwondo tonight. So, got a lot of things I need to stop and recharge and mentally prepare for. So, I love all of you, everybody that hung out, everybody that stopped in and said hello. We will see you guys in the next one.